it's just a no-brainer. So I guess my comment is congratulations to everyone in the room for spotting that and for starting to make it happen, because I think it's lovely. This year is the 125th anniversary of the university. So again, you'll be delighted to know you've got, where are we? 14 days left to party hard to help us celebrate that before year end. It's tough times, isn't it, across the higher education sector and the NHS, but we have eked out some budget for this year, so we are recruiting. We're not terribly imaginative, we're going for 125 recruits. So that's exciting, and it'd be lovely if some surgeons were amongst them. Again, I've been really impressed since coming to Birmingham 2.5 years ago. I actually confess I didn't know much about the surgery in Birmingham, but it's been lovely working with colleagues in surgery and seeing the strength of what we have here. So I'm going to close. Thank you very much for coming. It's really lovely, genuinely lovely to welcome you all here. I hope you have a great day. I hope the whole programme prospers, and I hope, well, it would be lovely to be here again this time next year, wouldn't it, for your fourth conference. So, good. Enjoy your day. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Professor Hanley. So next, we have a video, so hopefully that can come up on the screen, that Hugh Montgomery has sent us. So he's...
Well, hello, my name is Hugh Montgomery. I'm Professor of Intensive Care Medicine at University College London, where I also co-chair the Lancet Countdown on Health and Climate Change, a 57-country report that comes out every year. And I've been asked to give you a brief update on the state of the planet from the data from this year. I'm going to allude to the Lancet Countdown report, and you'll see when I do that the data will appear in red boxes like this with yellow text. The summary, though, is that we monitored 20 indicators of the health impacts of climate change, and this year we reported that 12 have set new and dangerous and damaging records. So let's start with emissions. They continue to go up. We've reached at least 54.6 billion metric tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent now every single year, and that rate of emission is going up. We went up by 0.8% in 2024, by 1.1% this year, we think, from the current data. And that's driving up atmospheric concentrations of CO2 at an ever-increasing rate, now at the fastest ever rate, around 4 parts per million every single year. And that isn't just due to the increase in rate of emissions, it's due to the fact that we're failing to draw down carbon dioxide. So for any given amount of emission, the concentration is rising more steeply now because land sinks are failing. That's the ability of soil to draw down carbon dioxide, for trees to draw down carbon dioxide. Indeed, all the major rainforests of the world are now net emitters of CO2. As we lose the land, the trees burn down, for instance, we chop those trees down. But as the soil starts respiring with increasing heat. That increased concentration is trapping ever more energy. Around 62 terawatts now is the power gain. Turn that into Hiroshima bombs of energy a second, and the rolling average for this year is now over 11 Hiroshima bombs a second. This year, we're at 13.7, which is where that target dot is there at the top. What does that look like? It looks like this. Going on continuously all the time. That energy gain, we now know the data for last year, have raised global Earth surface temperatures by 1.6 Celsius. We know that temperatures over land from pre-industrial are now approaching 2 Celsius above normal. We know that they've risen by nearly 2.5 Celsius over Europe, and in the poles that temperature gain is now approaching 3.5 degrees and is accelerating. We know that heat wave exposure consequently is rising. These data, as you would have recognised from the Lancet, 84% of the most recent life-threatening annual heat wave exposure days are now attributable to climate change. We've had a 63% increase in the deaths that we know about to over 500,000 a year. That's 500,000 a year globally and accelerating. We know that heat exposure is limiting work. This very dramatic reduction in the ability to work outdoors, nearly doubling since the 1990s at a global cost of over $1 trillion a year. We're cooking the oceans, adding 300 zettajoules a year to our oceans. That's enough to take 17 trillion Olympic swimming pools from freezing point to boiling point. And of course, that evaporated water in the atmosphere acts as a greenhouse gas, trapping more heat. But furthermore, when that water comes out, it comes out as more intense rain or snow, and the latent heat of evaporation is released, causing worsening storms. Those temperatures are melting land ice. We now know that the glacial loss has approached nearly 9 trillion tonnes a year, and that is accelerating, as you can see from the graph there. We know that Arctic sea ice is melting. Again, if you look at the last 1,500 years, you'll see this dramatic drop with a new record low set in 2025. Sea levels are rising at an ever-increasing rate due to thermal expansion of the oceans, but due to runoff of ice into those oceans, now rising quickly to around 1 centimetre every 2 years in 2025. We know that we are baking our ground and causing worsening droughts. You can see that the last 5 years has seen, compared to historical data, drought severity up by 40%. Areas of drought affected by nearly 3/4 up. And we know that 30% of global land surface area was affected by moderate to severe drought in 2022, the last year for which we have data, in this paper published in June of this year. We know that's driving extreme weather events. These were the fires in Canada in 2023 with the smoke hitting New York. This was November of last year when Valencia had those massive floods that killed over 200 people. But let's remember that the year started badly with this view from space of Los Angeles being ablaze, and you'll all be familiar with the extreme weather events we've seen around the world this year. This year has seen the food industry experts, senior food industry staff, warning us that the predictability of supply of food globally can no longer be relied upon. And that's not just in poor countries, that's where we live as well. And indeed, we're seeing crop failure around the globe. 123 million more people affected by food insecurity, according to our report this year, but also with us seeing agricultural collapse. 2025 saw the second worst harvest we've ever recorded in Great Britain, and 3 of the worst harvests have been within the last 5 years. The economic costs globally are mounting to around $1/3 trillion a year just from extreme weather events. And you've got to remember that you're adding all those other costs, the loss of $1 trillion to external work, for instance, to those as well. So we're facing economic collapse. Worse, we now know that global heating has accelerated. The solid blue line was a sudden jump upwards the year before last. And that was thought to be due to something called the Pacific Southern Oscillation, the El Niño-La Niña Oscillation. What should have happened the following year, last year, or this year rather, was that temperatures should have fallen, and they haven't. They've continued to rise, and we can see that too if we look at North Atlantic sea surface temperatures. Every wiggly line is a year from January to December. Every wiggly line going upwards is a new year, getting hotter and hotter. Look at the last few years, this sudden jump upwards, which we've also seen in the Pacific. So the Pacific getting ever hotter from the 1980s, but with the last 5 years or so, from this paper published in 2025 this year, a sudden acceleration. That is partly due to loss of what's known as surface albedo. This is where snow and ice and low altitude cloud reflect light back into space. And as we melt snow and ice and get rid of low altitude cloud, that reflection gets less. We've gained, therefore, around 0.5% of solar insolation, and that is enough to dramatically increase the energy gain to around 8.5 watts per square metre from 2.5 watts per square metre. And that is incredibly dangerous to the planet because it means that not only are we emitting more and atmospheric concentrations are rising, and they're rising ever more steeply for that reason, but also because we've lost the carbon sinks. But furthermore, even for any given concentration, the heating is now getting worse. This risks the collapse of the major ocean circulation. This is the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation, or AMOC, drawing hot water in from the Pacific there to the right, up past us as a Gulf Stream. We've been warned in these papers, including to last year, that are at a point close to a critical transition. This paper, published in 2025, says that we may have triggered that within 20 to 30 years. We had another paper saying much the same thing, that with intermediate emission scenarios, we would have triggered collapse within 48 years of now. But high emission scenario, 8.5 watts per square metre, means there's a 25% chance we'd already started triggering that collapse. And let me remind you that we are at 8.5 watts per square metre. So if we haven't triggered the MOC collapse, it will be coming soon in coming decades. And there are some data that we're already causing collapse, at least of parts of it. This is the North Atlantic subpolar gyre, which we now know from this paper this year has reached a tipping point. Bad news too from Tim Lenton's group in Exeter, looking at tipping points for coral reefs. We have now consigned our coral reefs to the bin. They were all going to die. Unless we do something very dramatic. Well, how dramatic? We'd have to stop all emissions, we'd have to draw down carbon dioxide and probably do geoengineering quickly to get us down to 1 Celsius. Otherwise, the coral reefs have gone. All the small fish which feed the bigger fish, the fish that feed the people that live along those reefs, and also, of course, those people threatened by the loss of the barrier reefs, without which salt water ingresses into the soil. We've had worse data too from the Institute and Faculty of Actuaries and Insurers, talking of that we're now heading for mass mortality, mass migration and war. And I'll let you read their statement there, where we're heading for 3 Celsius. We're heading at the moment for more likely 4. The banks are expecting the same thing. We've had this paper from them this year saying they're now heading for a 3 Celsius world. That's what they're expecting, probably 3 and upwards. And let's remind ourselves again what the actuaries say this means. So at 3 Celsius or more, we trigger lots of tipping points. We've lost over 50% of the global economy. 4 billion people are dead, and there are only 8 billion on the planet. And in terms of nature to the right there, they're saying that we will have a high level of extinction of higher orders of life on Earth, and that might include us. Remember that at 2 Celsius, we lose around 29% of species become extinct, and things get rapidly worse as temperature rise. We've had warnings too this year from the intelligence community. This is national security risks. I'll let you read what they say there. And we've also learned that we must just reduce emissions, cut emissions, because there is no such thing as net zero. Net zero refers to somehow drawing down carbon dioxide from the atmosphere that you're still releasing. We know that those offsets have failed. This paper coming out in October this year saying those offsets have not worked. So don't con yourself if you're getting on a plane and pretend that by buying a few trees it will make a difference, because it won't. Indeed, we now know from this paper in Nature that if we restored all ecosystems, planted trees everywhere we could, dealt with peatlands, wetlands, and dealt also with mangrove swamps, at most we could draw down 5 years' worth of carbon dioxide. Worth having? Definitely. But on its own worth doing? Absolutely not. And of course this is predicated on those peat bogs not catching fire, the trees not catching fire, and so forth. In terms of industrial carbon capture and storage, drawing CO2 out from the atmosphere and storing it in expired gas and oil fields, we now know from this paper in Nature this year that that will only trim at most perhaps 0.7 Celsius off peak temperatures, and perhaps as little as 0.35. Worth having? Definitely. On its own, not good enough. We must cut emissions, and that brings us finally to what you must do. Your personal actions. Now you are reminded of the data. You have no excuse at all. You are intelligent enough and you have capacity and time. So, if you bank with a high street bank, you must move, because they all fund fossil fuels. Move to Monzo, Trados, Cooperative, or Nationwide, or Zero as banks, for instance. Change your investments if you have any. Get them out of fossil fuels. Move your energy supplier to a 100% renewable source, and if you can afford to, electrify your home. Get rid of your gas boiler and electrify it. Get rid of your gas cooker and put in electric, and put in an air source heat pump. Is that expensive? Yes, it is. But if you can afford to do it for the sake of yourself and your children, you must. You must move to plant-based food, because 38% of greenhouse gas emissions come from the food supply chain. So by moving away from ruminant meat in particular, you make a big difference. So less meat, less often, in smaller portions, and if you are having meat, make it poultry, or if you have to, pork. Try not to travel, just as I've recorded this for you. Use mass public transport if you have to travel, and try not to fly. Think about what you're buying, get more detailed in your carbon footprint if you can, but the main thing is to take these actions. All of you, every single one of you listening today must do this, and you must do this today, and then get 7 other people to act, because advertisers tell us we each have 7 people who love us or respect us enough to act. And if we do, the numbers go up quickly. There's you, there's your 7, there's the 7 that each of those interact with. Here's the next 7, here's the next 7 again. And by the time I'd given up doing this and just did the maths, on the 12th cycle, over 13 billion people will be infected, as it were, which is nearly twice the number of people on the planet. So that's where I will leave you. You now have the update. If you were unfamiliar with these data before, you are now familiar now, and you cannot deny them. And you must, for the sake of yourself and your children, take action. So for now, the only question I'll leave you with is whether you are actually going to do something or not. And I would very strongly encourage you to do so. Thank you very much indeed.
Next talk is from Natalia Kurak, who's from NHS Greener Programme. Thank you very much for making the journey to join us.
So thank you very much for having me here today. As Dimitri said, my name is Natalia Kurak, and I'm one of the Deputy Directors of the Greener NHS Programme at NHS England. Always a difficult act to follow from Hugh, but what I really want to do is transfer what he has said to the NHS itself. Each and every one of us as users of the NHS and also as employers of the NHS really do have a role to play, and hopefully now there's no need to explain why, and that's very clear from what Hugh has explained to us today. So for some good news, we were the first health system in the world to set net zero targets back in 2020. And in September this year, we celebrated 5 years on, so 5 years progress of setting those targets. And what's really great to see is that we are making progress. I know that in the context of everything we've just seen, it can sometimes seem kind of very doom and gloom. But actually, we've seen a 14% reduction in the NHS emissions over the last 5 years. And that's a 68% reduction from our estimated 1990 baseline. So there is action that can be done by each and every single one of us. And we really do all need to play a role in that. And as Hugh says, encourage all of those around us to do so too. So in our report back in September, what we did is that we kind of reviewed our methodology and also kind of reported on progress, but also on kind of our future ambitions for the next couple of years. And firstly, what we did was really look at our methodological approach. So really kind of improving that and very much trying to change from a top-down kind of spend model to a bottom-up model. So we've got much more accurate baseline now where we can really show where we are making progress and where we aren't. So some of the big things that we really wanted to celebrate is progress that's been seen across our work in medicines. So a huge amount of progress in decommissioning of desflurane, over 80% reduction in the use of desflurane. Again, amazing work being done on nitrous, again being led by many colleagues in the room today, and you'll hear more on that later today. Fantastic work again going on inhalers as well, and we've very much spoken about inhalers in the past, but what's really exciting is what's coming just around the corner, which is the introduction of new generation propellants, lower carbon propellants, and bringing them to market, and the huge carbon emission reduction potential that has. So amazing work going on in medicines for us. There's also been really great work in decarbonising our estate. So any of you who have ever entered an NHS estate will know that it is not the newest, most energy efficient estate on the planet. So over 100 million has gone in this year through GB Energy to decarbonise our buildings, putting on solar panels, which is really, the hope is that we will see a huge amount of reinvestment over the coming years in terms of being able to be self-sufficient and paying for our own energy bills. Because as I'm sure you can imagine, our energy bills have soared through the roof over the last kind of 3 to 4 years. Again, a huge amount of progress which has been seen in decarbonising our fleet. So after Royal Mail, the second biggest fleet in the country, so a huge number of EV vehicles, but also pilots up and down the country, electrifying ambulances, which is really exciting to see. A really challenging part of decarbonising the NHS is our supply chain. So 80,000 suppliers, and that's our carbon footprint plus. And that's where we must be honest. That's where we haven't made the progress that we necessarily want to. And that's really where we need to focus over the next couple of years. And that, again, is for each and every one of you to think about, because it's how we procure products, it's how we use products. There's a huge amount about that. It's how we interact with our suppliers. They very much need those signals, those market signals from ourselves in terms of what products we are looking for. We've very much been a single-use kind of system for the last decade or so, but what we're really trying to do is move towards a circular system, and again, you'll hear some fantastic progress on work that's being done across the country on that, and that's something that we're really excited about through a collaboration with Design for Life, and again, there are colleagues in the room who are working on this program with us. But really about how we can reduce as much as possible the use of single-use products by 2045 and move to a thriving circular economy. And with that comes the need for leadership, the need for each and every person, be them in a leadership position or be that someone on a ward, saying, hang on, do we really need to use the single-use product, or can we use to a multi-use, to a reusable product? Because we have in the past, it has worked. We really need to shift that behaviour, shift our colleagues' behaviour to enable us to all feel empowered to use those products again. There's also quite a few milestones coming up on our supplier roadmap, which is really making sure that our suppliers are also kind of delivering kind of their net zero plans, carbon reduction plans to us, but also starting to think about how they look at the carbon footprint of their top products, and really where are those hotspots within the manufacturing of their products as well. So where we can't use reusable products, are we using the lowest carbon products where clinically appropriate? And again, there's a huge amount of dependence on lots of work that goes on outside of the NHS. I'm not saying that all of this is down to us. We're very reliant on the decarbonisation of things such as the grid to enable us to get to where we need to be, and also numerous other factors. But hopefully that's given a little bit of a positive insight into the progress we have made over the last 5 years. Some really exciting things coming through, as I said, on new generation inhalers, better understanding of medicines through a recently released kind of methodology to look at how we actually look at the carbon footprint of medicines globally. So hopefully we'll find our next 5, 10, 15 inhalers so that we can kind of focus on those next kind of high carbon emitting products and really make a difference there. So what I'll end with is just kind of 3 takeaways, hopefully, for each of you to have a think about. Firstly is that collaboration is absolutely key. None of our big success kind of progress moments have been without collaborations, be that through colleges, associations, be that through collaboration with government, with research partners. And I think the majority of the stories that you'll hear today really do reinforce that story of collaboration. So find colleagues today in the room, find colleagues outside of the room, and really work on this together. The second one is that each and every person does have a role to play in this. If you're a nurse, if you're an AHP or a doctor, junior doctor on the ward, you can turn around to your consultant and say, we don't need to all put gloves and aprons on to enter this room. There is no clinical indication for that. Challenge people around you. And again, as leaders, can we really try to think about that from a procurement perspective, from a leadership perspective, show that signal that we do really care about this and that we can take action. And finally, we are making progress. I know when you hear the statistics, it can be really kind of downheartening, but actually, we are making progress. We are reducing our emissions. So kind of don't forget that every single day. And what we do need to do is continue to do so, especially over the next kind of 5 to 10 years. We can't delay this. We need to take action every single day. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Virginia Ledder. I'm General Surgery Registrar and previous PhD Fellow at the University of Birmingham. And I'm going to call to the stage Professor Cliff Shelton, Divya Kapoor, Vicky Marshman, James Glasby, and Elliot Ravel to talk about updates on the studies and progress made since last year. So please come on. So the good news is that despite the statistics sounding bad, there is a lot of progress that has been made with our studies on the sustainability in surgery. And so each person is going to come on, present on the progress, and then there's going to be an opportunity for further discussion. So we're going to start with Cliff Shelton, who's going to talk to us about the Noble trial. Thank you.
That's great. Well, thanks ever so much, and it's lovely to be here. So my name's Cliff. I'm an anaesthetist, and I'm, I guess, an advisor to this piece of work. So I'm here on behalf of Rupert Pearce, who's the chief investigator. So Noble stands for that, and it's a study that's all about the way we deliver nitrous oxide in the operating theatre. So what I'm going to do, a quick intro to what this is all about, an update on progress. I'm going to tell you about some challenges and my reflections on those. So we've got some disclaimers. This is the standard issue one from the NIHR that says that they bought it, but they don't necessarily agree with anything that I'm about to say. And the second one is my personal disclaimer, because I'm a qualitative researcher, so this is my domain, and I'm going to attempt to talk to you about a randomized control trial. So wish me luck. So what is Noble? What are we trying to do? Well, as it says here, it's a pragmatic, multi-center, non-inferiority cluster randomized control trial. And those of you who understand what that means can tell me what that means later on. The outcomes are related to nitrous oxide delivery by either portable cylinders or pipeline. And this is really important, and I'll tell you why in a moment. It involves all patients undergoing surgery under general anesthesia in institutions which are randomized en bloc to do one of those two things in terms of how they deliver their nitrous oxide. So why is it important? Well, I'm going to show you this secret slide off the Greener NHS dashboard. And this is a slide that shows the volume and the associated emissions from nitrous oxide in the institution where I work in Manchester. And you can see that about 2 years ago, we had an absolutely massive drop in the emissions associated with nitrous. Well, what did we do to achieve that? Well, we switched from this, which is a manifold and pipeline delivery system, to this, which is a mobile cylinder that is wheeled to the point of care and plugged into the anaesthetic machine as and when it is needed. This gives two benefits from an environmental point of view. One is it may reduce the amount of nitrous oxide that leaks from pipelines and valves. And the other thing is that it gives you a better sense of how much you're ordering and how that can align to clinical use. Okay, so that's why you see impacts like that. But obviously, with that comes maybe an inconvenience benefit, and there are some concerns that have been raised about whether that might impact on clinical practice, and that's the rationale for looking at it in terms of the trial. So this is how the trial works, 2 phases, each lasting 5 weeks, randomized 1-to-1. The service goes through pipeline, then cylinder supply, and the primary outcome is this composite of days alive and at home within 30 days of having an operation. There's a series of secondary outcomes which are related to things like process measures. Was nitrous used at all, for example? How much is that inconvenience changing practice? And also financial things. Are we spending more or less depending on the way that we use our nitrous? So how have we done? So far we found that this is very deliverable for the sites that have done it. The completion is expected on schedule, so hopefully this time next year, me or a colleague will be telling you what we've found out. And this is some data. You can see that we've done really well in terms of randomizing sites and activating those sites. The number of sites involved isn't quite what we'd hoped, and that we'll reflect on that in a moment, but it relates to this being delivered at a time when there's ongoing progress in this area, and that impacts on maybe some of the feasibility. But we've still managed to get over 1,800 patients into our database, and that's a massive achievement. So challenges, as I said, we were hoping for 24 cohorts, we're likely to get 16. And this relates to a couple of things. One is that there is lack of equipoise amongst some colleagues, which affects their motivation to recruit into the trial. And there's also a kind of process thing. Some people are concerned that this might delay the switch over. In several hospitals, this is interesting, estates teams have taken this into their own hands and have made the switch without necessarily talking to clinicians. And that's an interesting phenomenon because it's created some barriers for us. And it shows that there's a tension in researching something that's already underway in terms of progress. So reflections, first one, can you run a big study about sustainable drug delivery? Yes, you can. This is going really, really well. I'm not aware of anything that's been done at this scale using this kind of method that looks at this kind of outcomes. This is really good work.
This video introduces the NIHR Global Survey.
But is it easy? No, it's not, for all the reasons that I've mentioned. Will it be impactful? Well, I think you can split this into two halves. I think in the UK it will be, because there's these doubts that are out there that I think this will help to address. Internationally, I think it's going to be really important because, as my colleague has just explained, we're well ahead of the game here in the UK, and there are colleagues in other countries who are waiting on the results of this to decide what to do. So this is really helpful. Also, we've learned a lot of stuff, as I've started to outline, and given that the NIHR is actively funding work in this area, this learning is really important for colleagues who are going to be receiving money over the next few years to look at sustainable healthcare. So what have we done? We've looked at the trial, we've done some progress report, I've talked about a couple of challenges, and I've done some mini reflections. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Cliff. Is there any question from the audience? No? So I'll get started. So thank you so much for the introduction and for telling us about Noble, and the progress has been fantastic. I know you mentioned some of the challenges, but what would you tell someone that was sitting in this audience that was thinking maybe, oh, perhaps I should join Noble, but feeling a little bit two ways about it, the hospital is not too keen, what would you advise?
So I think, everything has to be done on a case-by-case basis, right? But the qualitative feedback that we've had from people who've participated is that it's been easy enough to do, so that's really helpful, but also that there's some really important learning embedded within this. So decommissioning something, so the idea of stopping doing something that's already there, is actually kind of unfamiliar to us in healthcare. We're familiar with progress, aren't we? And so one of the sorts of conversations I've had with colleagues who've participated in this is that they've learnt a lot about how to maybe change the way they deliver something and get around all of the kind of organisational barriers. One of the things that I think is beneficial about doing that in the context of the piece of research is that they are able to tap into the expertise that's within the team and figure out how to do that. And I think that will stand them in really good stead for, hopefully, not wanting to prejudge the outcome of this trial, but if the trial does what I expect it will do and says that there is non-inferiority in terms of the outcome between these groups, they can go ahead and decommission based on the knowledge that they have gained by doing it. And I think we're building their knowledge for the future as well. There's likely to be other things that are inefficient or wasteful or too expensive that they might need to decommission in the future, and by being supported through this process, they'll gain institutional knowledge for how to go forward into the future. So I think that's a really key impact of participating. That's great. So
it's easy to do, and we can learn not only for nitrous oxide, but also for future resources and services.
I think so, yeah.
That's great, thank you. Yeah, question from the audience? Yeah.
Great presentation, thank you, and great methodology. My question is, who do you think we need to work with to share these results across the NHS over the next sort of 24 months?
So I think one of the key relationships that we've built actually at previous iterations of this conference is to talk to Natalia Kurek and her team and colleagues, because I think the NHS England colleagues are absolutely instrumental in this process. So I think that link is already built. I think there are equivalent teams in other parts of the National Health Service, in, for example, Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland as well. So I think, this is an interesting, it sits at the intersection between clinical practice and things like estates and pharmacy, so it's very complex and multi-professional. So I think those are the key routes for dissemination. I think the other thing, as I emphasised before, is that this is really, really important internationally. So if I think about, I've got a close colleague in Australia, for example, where they have a tradition of delivering nitrous oxide to operating theatres through pipelines, and the traction in the Australian health system is not as impactful yet as it is in the UK health system. And so I think there's a really important global dissemination challenge here, because as Hugh Montgomery outlined in his pre-record, healthcare is delivered locally or nationally, but this problem is global. And so we need to find ways of taking our learning and sharing that globally, because we're all in the same possibly sinking boat, and we all need to sort that out in terms of dealing with our own contribution to it.
Thank you, Cliff. Any questions from the audience? Yes, we've got a question here.
Hi there. Just in the nature of collaborating both locally and internationally, is there any engagement going on with the private sector for these sorts of nitrous reductions, or is it just NHS at this time?
So, as far as I'm aware, the participants in this study are all NHS hospitals. Having said that, one of the hats I occasionally wear is that I'm the co-chair of the committee within the Association of Anaesthetists that deals with environmental sustainability as well as patient safety. So that's the same committee. And we do have representation from the private sector who come along to that, and there have been moves within the private sector to mirror the good work that's been led by the NHS. So yes, this is absolutely underway in the private sector, and they're a big part of our healthcare economy, and that's absolutely right and proper.
That's great, thank you. And if anyone is keen or would like to, get in touch and perhaps start recruiting, then they can grab Cliff during the breaks. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely fine.
Perfect, thank you. So next up, we've got Divya Kapoor, who is the Senior Trial Manager at the Birmingham Clinical Trial Unit, who's going to give us an update on the Dragon Trial, or Drapes and Gowns for Sustainable Theatres. Thanks, Divya.
Thanks, Virginia. So, hi everyone, I'm Divya, and I'm the Senior Trial Manager at Birmingham Clinical Trials Unit. And this is the third time I'm presenting Dragon on this podium. So the first time Dragon was in a very infancy stage. We had just requested everyone to express interest in taking part. The next year it had just launched in, I think, 1 or 2 countries. And today I'm proudly presenting the updates of this trial. So it's basically to find difference in the surgical site infection rates between disposable and reusable drapes and gowns, and also to identify the most sustainable and cost-effective option. And we'll be writing everything in this single integrated paper, which is supposedly the world's first. UK has got, so we have a global site of trial and the UK site. So the UK has one extra primary objective, which is days alive at home and at home at 30 days, and similar secondary outcomes as the global. So this is the overall structure of the trial. It's a multi-center, non-inferiority, cluster randomized trial. And the eligibility criteria is that the patient the surgery has to be clean, contaminated or dirty, with an incision of greater than 5 centimeters in adults and 3 centimeters in children. The global sites are going to recruit 26,600 patients from 134 clusters, And in the UK, we expect to recruit 6,400 patients from 32 clusters or hospitals. And as I said, the intervention is reusable drapes and gowns, and comparator is single-use drapes and gowns. So we have all the global network countries, including the United Kingdom, who's taking part in the trial, and this is the overall planned recruitment. We expect the sites to recruit 200 consecutive eligible patients per hospital. Currently, we have over 50 sites recruiting in Dragon, and we have recruited over 5,500 patients, which includes more than 500 patients in the UK. So it's a great achievement with the trial with such a big scale. And only Nigeria is the country where we are waiting for some paperwork. Otherwise, all the countries have started recruiting in the trial. So this is the overall current status of the UK sites. We have 6 sites actively recruiting. 1 site has completed recruitment, well done Solihull, and they are open to re-randomization as well. 526 patients have been recruited so far, and 2 sites are in the setup stage. So we'll have 3 more sites up and running before the new year. So the target is to have 32 UK hospitals to participate in Dragon by February 2027, and this year I'm requesting your support in achieving this number. Now the key points to consider for the UK sites is A, is your hospital covered by NHS REC? B, does your hospital have access to both reusable and disposable drapes and gowns, including sterilization facilities? C, do you have research staff capacity? And last but most important, we need an engagement consultant, surgeon, or anesthetist. So if you're interested, please scan this QR code and express your interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Divya. And we have an opportunity for questions, and I will start just by thanking Divya and the Dragon team, and it is certainly exciting and amazing to see it growing, the Dragon growing so much, and it's been a journey. In your opinion, what do you think were the biggest challenge and the biggest highlight of the journey so far?
I think it's the scale of the trial, with so many countries and different healthcare systems, ethics, approvals, insurance, paperwork, and yeah, and logistics, obviously, supply chain. So all these things overall have been quite challenging, but we have overcome it, I think.
Of course. And what's the biggest highlight for you?
I think the biggest highlight was when the UK site started to kick off. That was really felt like a personal achievement, because that's something that we've all been pushing and struggling and managing to
Absolutely.
the numbers.
It's been great, and I actually met a few of you that have already been recruiting, so thank you all for your help. And is there any question from the audience on the Dragon trial? Yes. One at the front and one back there.
Just wanted to ask, if the hospital doesn't have access to both disposable and the reusable one, then the hospital can't be a part of trial. Is that correct?
Sadly, no.
Okay. And also, just to clarify, so how do you balance that? Because the way of cleaning the the reusable one is different across the different hospitals and countries. Then is there any measure to kind of find out if they are using the same method in all the sites? Because that's gonna make the results very biased, isn't it?
So there are 2 things. Number 1, we have the baseline audit, which is done pre-randomization. So all the hospitals are going to complete an audit where they will input what currently they're using, whether reusables or disposables. Secondly, the randomization has got a minimization criteria based on the sites. So, for example, a country like India has got 50 sites. So it's going to be minimized based on 25 will definitely have the reusable arms and 25 will definitely have the disposable arms. So it's going to balance like that.
So among the reusable ones, how are you gonna make sure that all are using the same or the exact the cleaning method of those reusable ones? Do we have anything or is not?
No, so it's a pragmatic trial and it's a real world trial. So whatever the hospital is using, we just let them use that. Whatever standards that they're using, we just let them, and that's all captured in another hospital level survey. So I think Virginia needs to elaborate on this.
Yeah. So, we did think at the beginning of, mandating sterilization standards, but that's not going to work. And also, it won't give us the real results of the trial, because once the trial ends, then everyone is just going to go back to do what they did. And so the results won't really apply anymore. So we thought, actually, we stick to what people are doing in the real world. And we capture that in the hospital level survey, which is quite a complex document where we capture what sterilization method they use, how many drips and gowns each cycle. So it's very detailed. So we do ask the hospitals to take their time to fill it in. So we won't mandate the standards, but we will capture it, and that will be featured in the paper so we know what hospitals are doing. But that means that the results are actually real world results that will be valid even after the trial is finished.
Thanks, that answers the question. Thanks.
Thank you. I think there is someone back there. Oh, great.
Mine was similar. I think it's a bit of a shame that you can't recruit from hospitals that don't currently use or have the availability of both the reusable and non-reusable gowns. Because I think we had a discussion last year. There's a lot of us who would like to get involved, but there are challenges to accessing that. And if you had any ideas of how to convince, procurement people to purchase or access reusable gowns, or if you were able to supply anything, because I think there were people here with reusable gowns who had a way of you then sending stuff to be sterilised. There are ways around it, but without a bit more information or ideas on how to do it, I think it's quite challenging to recruit some of us.
Yeah, that's a good question. So it is challenging just because if someone is using reusable and just needs to get the disposable, that's sort of easier enough because they just need to get the product and then they use it and then they put it in the bin and that's it. But with reusables, the matter is that a lot of hospitals have completely dismantled their sterilization facilities. And so, yes, there is external sources, but that come with a cost and is extremely hard logistically, and the contracts are often long-term. So there is a lot of work that I've actually done with the barriers of this specifically that we will talk about, but it is unfortunately very challenging from that point of view. Neil, do you want to add anything?
We are going like site by site on Dragon and trying to unlock each individual site's problems. And so I've learnt about like the back room of many NHS hospitals. I've learnt more about the NHS from this project than anything else I've done. So I think the solution there is to talk sort of one-on-one and figure out what the barriers are and if we can solve them. And so the hard stops have been, some sites have said, no, we've got no sterilisation, we have no external partners, we've got no contracts, we're not doing it. But yeah, the airless guys have told me that's not true because they're on the national framework and stuff, so they can overcome all of that. We've got one question.
Yeah, yeah, we'll do the last two and then, we'll wrap up. So one here and then one there.
Yeah, it's not actually, it's more a clarification than a question. When it comes to the reusable gowns, do you also take into consideration how those gowns actually has been laundered and whether if it's an outside company, are they actually using, let's say, renewables to power their plants, or are they actively reducing carbon emissions with the water?
Yeah, there's a great question.
Because that makes a difference in terms of the carbon emission of the specific product.
No, that's a really question. I'll take that review if that's okay. So in the hospital level survey, we do ask whether they get laundered and how far the sterilization facility is from the hospital and what the settings are. But I must admit, we don't ask about the type of electricity or energy they use. There's a really great sort of angle to explore, but unfortunately it needs to be something that people are able to fill in, so we so hard to make decisions, but that's a great angle. So thank you for suggesting that. Unfortunately, we don't cover that at present. And then the last question, yeah.
Do you think you could elaborate a little bit more on why you're excluding organisations without their own sterilisation facilities? You sort of touched on it a little bit, but there are several organisations across the country who have reusable gowns and have done for quite a while, or are considering them, like my own organisation, that doesn't have their own sterilisation capacity and haven't done so for several years. And if those sites are using a reusable product, they're probably not at 100%. And given you're looking to recruit up to 32 hospitals, I think you're making it possibly harder for yourself by not having the ability to recruit from those sites unless you had a very clear reason about why they're excluded.
So you're saying that if the hospital has reusable, they can be considered, as Neil said, is tailored and is considered on each individual basis. So by all means, do get in touch and we can sort of see what your situation is, what we can work out, and if you guys can enter. Because as you say, it's great for us. The more people want to join us, and we'll do whatever we can to make sure you can.
Sure. I guess it's more on your slides when you kind of lay out those categories. You quite clearly say around sterilisation facilities, and there are going to be several who can access the likes of Elite Synergy and do their own reusable gowns and are doing so, but can't process themselves.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter if this facility is on site or outside. So it's just make sure that they have access to sterilisation somewhere. So yeah, that's that.
Sure, that
is that okay?
Thank you.
So please do get in touch and hopefully we can get you on board.
Thanks.
Okay, great. So next, we're going to have Vicky Marshman, who is the head of sustainability lead at UHB, who's going to talk to us about another challenging area of sustainability, which is waste, and what have we learned about waste in the NHS.
Thank you so much, Virginia, and thanks for the opportunity to speak today as well. I am Vicky Marshman. I think on the programmes, I'm down as the Central and South Genomic Medicine Service Alliance, which is what I do 4 days a week. The other day a week, I am very lucky at University Hospitals Birmingham, where I am employed to work with our great sustainability team and colleagues in waste and energy as well. Small but perfectly formed team. I could put you through a sort of tortuous 5 minutes about why genomics and sustainability and waste in theatres are really similar. I'm not going to do that. What I am going to say is that the conferences for each annually are at the same time. So I spent 2 days at the NHSE Genomics Summit, Monday, Tuesday this week, and then delighted to be here as well. Final session yesterday was very much focused on research with Professor Lucy Chappell speaking. So I thought, right, we have got some crossover here, absolutely relevant. And a couple of the points she made really resonated with me and I thought useful to bring into today. That importance of research being normalised and sort of almost being in every contact patients and the public have with the NHS rather than something that goes on somewhere else. And I think for the couple of minutes I've got to speak about the work that's been done on waste in theatres, particularly relevant to this work. One of the sort of head-scratching points we've had with this work as well is, being very much patient-led. Speak to patients about what is important to them and think about how you anchor your research in that. When we've had conversations with patients in this space, it has been very much about, yes, we would like to see improvements in greening, carbon reduction, and the NHS making contributions, but we want, primarily we're concerned about our safety and the safety of what's been undertaken, and whether it's an operation or whether it's another area of healthcare, and we've touched a little bit on that, and Cliff has mentioned that already in terms of the work we're doing, and is baked into the Dragon trial as well. And then finally, that piece about talking about outcomes, so not talking so much about research and for research's sake, but what is the impact? We have done this for a reason, and what is the impact? So we'll touch a little bit on the kind of challenges and opportunities that we found in doing this work, but also about the outcomes. So, opportunities and challenges in lower, the slightly smaller font. I think it's important sometimes to really focus on the fact that we have a huge amount of opportunity and we are beginning to make change that is meaningful, and I'll touch on that in the second slide that I'll come on to. And I think one of the things that has been really clear through the programme of work and working with colleagues across the country and the UK actually, is there is a huge amount of staff support and interest in this area. And when we have undertaken a survey of those working in theatres, that it's almost, and I think the phrase no-brainer was used earlier on in the introduction, it is seen by colleagues as broadly a no-brainer. Can we be greener? Can we be more sustainable? Can we be lean in what we're doing? Well, yes, we're absolutely signed up for that. We have leadership and support across the MDT. This is not just a sort of a single professional lead. When we speak to staff across the MDT, there is interest and there is a desire to get things moving in this space. So we have that embedded there. We know that theatres are a great test bed, and if you've been here the last 2 years, you have Professor Dion Morton making that point, so it isn't a new point to me, but it's a good one to borrow, I think. We do have the ability to test and trial things in the theatre space in a fairly contained way and understand the impact that perhaps is harder in other parts of the NHS. We've got an increasing amount of examples of success and the ability to share those and learn from each other. Collaboration and networking has been mentioned quite a lot already today, and frankly this only works and works really well when we're talking to each other, sharing what works and learning from each other as well. So great to see so many people here today. We've got a significant potential for savings from this work, and financial savings is what I'm talking about there, as well as the carbon impact. And frankly, you want to get an NHS managers or senior leadership's team here at the moment, if you can come to them with something that has pound figure savings linked to it, the door will be open. And I think it's really important to understand what gets those doors open and how we can start to step through them to make broad benefits for all of those we're working for. And quite dully, but importantly, it's a contractual obligation for the NHS now, for those of us working in the NHS, which I see a lot of yellow badges today, that this is in our contract, this is within our requirements in terms of planning, so it's something we have to be working on. Often feels like sands are shifting, and I know this is true in lots of areas of the NHS. You kind of feel like you've got a solid base, you kind of feel like you've got a piece of work commissioned and you know what you're heading towards, and then the context changes. That's I suppose, the reality at the moment, but can be a real challenge to getting a piece of work or a particular project up and running. Never quite on top of the list. Today you turn on the radio, listen to the news this morning, and we have a resident doctors' strike. I've spoken about the financial situation. Flu also makes the news today. It is unlikely that sustainability issues are ever going to be the top of people's lists, but what is incumbent on all of us and our role to make sure it's happening is that it's sitting up there and we're making it easy to some extent to achieve those contractual goals and make real difference as well. One thing after another, I thought I was quoting a film title from the year, but I've got it quite a little bit wrong. I think it's one matter after another. Every time, and particularly I think in sustainability, you feel like you've got your piece of work beautifully planned out, you've spoken to all of the relevant stakeholders, you've got yourself absolutely straight, something else will pop up. It's not for the faint-hearted. There is a need for tenacity, but there is also a huge amount of support, and there are a huge amount of colleagues out there that have probably had a go at something similar. So I think the more we can build that network, they may well be able to tell you where your blind spot is and which colleague or team you haven't spoken to yet and you need to. I've spoken about tenacity. It needs energy, it needs renewal. It does need energetic leadership, it does need sort of tenacious leadership. And also there is, I think something that's seen across the piece is that when a piece of work is new and there's a lot of energy and excitement around it, we will all sort of commit to it. When things get busy and we get tired, that perhaps that focus drifts. So it's important to have that sort of cycle of renewal, checking in on where things are and perhaps having another push on it. And there's significant other pressures, which we all know about and I've spoken about already. I just wanted to really touch on the fact that the future is bright. I think, as I've spoken about, there are significant, meaningful impacts from work focused on waste in theatres. Some of them are cited up there. And I suppose what's really important to flag is that what we are launching today is the report that's been put together on waste in theatres. So this is it in hard copy. We are at a Greener Theatres conference, so there will be a QR code on the next slide, because we haven't printed hundreds of these, but there are hard copies available as you're leaving, if you want to sort of take one back, particularly if you're going back to a trust. So I think it's focused on rethinking the UK's approach to surgical waste. It includes an overview of the guidance that's out there at the moment, which is plentiful, and sort of some signposting there. It also includes a survey from colleagues across theatres and that real MDT approach to understand sort of where current thinking is and where some of those barriers are. And it also includes a series of case studies, so projects that have been undertaken across the country focusing on waste in theatres. And these are some of the sort of the impacts that have been had from that work already. I won't run through all of them, but you can see they're both in terms of the CO2 reduction, but also in the pounds money reduction as well. And also, frankly, having that impact on health, perhaps of some of our most deprived and impacted communities across the country, where we can have a role in improving the areas in which they live. I wanted to make sure that we highlighted the fact that a few well-supported staff can make a significant change, and there's something about sort of building a network, understanding the teams you can work with and do work with and who are motivated to get this work up and running and across the line. Leadership from theatres helps spread across the country. It's something we found at UHB and us across the country is great as well, but across hospital sites into other areas, what we found in our Solihull site is that the work that was initiated in theatres when we're looking at different waste streams has now spread into other areas of the hospital, and there is a kind of familiarity with it and an acceptance of what's going on there. And I think it's really important to say, and I will put myself firmly in the middle-aged category, what we are increasingly seeing is our leaders of tomorrow are pushing us on this, and quite rightly so, and they might not be sitting at all of the top tables yet, but they will be in relatively short order, and I think it's exceptionally important that we both listen to them, embrace their enthusiasm, and knowledge in this area, and really make sure we're working across the whole team. So, thank you so much for the time today, and I really need to give a significant nod to a number of colleagues who've helped build and put together this particular report, for those that responded to the survey, for those that provided case studies, and for Virginia and Lucy over there, who've been huge help in getting this together and really pushed it forward. So there is the QR code. Please do, oh, this is pleasing, phones have gone up. Please do download, please do have a look. And I would say please do drop us a line if you've got any areas you're particularly interested in or would like to be linked up, because as we've said already, it's a particularly important part of this work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I'll just start by asking you, if someone in a hospital wanted to improve their waste management, someone that has been in theatre every day and sees like there's other ways to improve this, what advice would you give them?
I mean, I have to say to read the report, don't I? I mean, that is the first piece. You've got your downloads now. In all seriousness, I think there's a couple of bits. That network building and getting in contact with the relevant teams in your trust, I think, would be particularly important. There'll normally be a sustainability team. There will always be a waste manager within your organisation. My experience has been they are delighted to be contacted by folk that are interested and keen to get a bit of work underway. And our waste manager's just stepped out for a moment, but very easy to work with. And they can help in doing some of that quantification of the likely impact of work, because again, as I say, I think in terms of opening doors and getting a project up and running, particularly important to be able to flag the likely impact and do some of that sort of modelling ahead of time. And I know there was a workshop on some of that this morning as well, so lots of opportunity to learn.
Thanks, Vicky. Any questions from the audience about waste? Yes.
Just a clarification. I wondered whether in terms of the disposal and management of the waste, Did the study cover those that are actually internally managed and internally disposed, and those that's actually provided by third party, whether that made a difference in terms of cost and efficiency?
I think it's, thank you for the question, good question. And I think probably important to call out that in terms of this piece of work, I suppose less a study, more a collection of examples of what's done. So there isn't a direct comparator, or there's no comparison work being done between those that use sort of third-party entities and those that have the ability to sort of do their own disposal. It's definitely an area that I think more evidence and information would be particularly useful on for trusts to make decisions about kind of how they move forward with it, but not included in this report at the moment.
Yeah, and it might actually be something that is explored in the posters, so at the break you can go and have a look. Anyone else for any questions? Oh, yeah.
Hello, thanks for the talk just now, and for everyone else. It's really interesting so far. I'm the sustainability lead for a North West London trust. We're trying to engage our surgery teams, and they're really on board with what the agenda is, essentially. But when it comes to waste, we know that there's really inconsistent provision of like clinical waste bins, hazardous, etc. And when we talk to our facilities team and surgery colleagues, they're a bit concerned that if you want to have more bins for reusable items, when we're already unable to get the correct number of bins into our theatres rooms in any case, whether it'll be possible to like properly segregate out all our waste streams. That's basically a convoluted way of asking. Do you have any figures on the financial loss that you might have through incorrect segregation of waste, and basically the economic case for better waste management in theatres?
Not at my fingertips, but we do as a trust. And so there's been some work undertaken by Anne-Marie, who I said who's just stepped out, and we can have a chat. She's our waste manager at UHB, of sort of doing it's a high-level financial case, I think, is probably the most important point to make about the challenges we face with that when we don't get segregation right. The conversation about the number of bins in theatres is a live one with us as well, and also sort of what's the sort of perfect point between all the different competing factors. So we'll catch up on that, and happy to sort of share more broadly if it's useful as a follow-up to this session today. And this is just a sort of slightly light point, I guess, but one of the pieces of work that is featured in the report, there was a real focus on getting more recycling out of theatres, and there is a real anxiety, and quite reasonable anxiety amongst teams, that they'll put something in the wrong waste stream, and therefore we kind of we're instinctively risk averse, so we go for the kind of the least likely to be wrong, or the one that definitely can't be wrong. They set up a WhatsApp group, the team did, to take photos if they weren't sure, so somebody could respond quite quickly to say, oh no, you're fine with that, or it needs to go there. And it's often those really simple solutions that allow people to sort of interact with each other in a way that is not invasive in their day-to-day or whatever it might be, and build confidence. So I really like the WhatsApp group example.
That sounds like a really fun idea. I'm going to steal it. Thank you.
Yeah. We've got time for one more question, so yeah. But I like the WhatsApp idea too.
Thank you. This is another cost-related one with waste. So NHS Lothian published a report under Freedom of Information Act on general, clinical, hazardous other waste in 2022. One thing in that report showed that the actual real cost of waste was approximately 3 times the subcontract cost of waste. So there was a subcontract cost which was per tonne, and then there was essentially double that added on again, another cost. So estates, storage, transport, staff time. Does that, there's been very, very little on the real cost of waste, but does that synchronise with what you've found?
It does. I think there is always that challenge in any organisation of sort of disaggregating those sort of, as you say, the in-house costs that fit with any piece of work. We can very clearly point at we're using this has been recycled, so in fact we're getting some income from it, versus we were spending however much per tonne in order to get this incinerated or whichever route we're taking. I think there is increasing focus on more granular costing and understanding of different streams within the NHS with the challenges we face financially. So there's definitely, I want to be absolutely clear, I guess, is that yes, there is absolutely some alignment between the East Lothian work and what we're finding. We haven't quite got to that depth with a lot of these projects to really sort of break down all the different cost factors and the potential impact that could be realised financially if we get this absolutely right. But great opportunity to do a bit more work, I think.
So take-home messages, keep reading your reports.
Keep reading our reports is, yes, absolutely that.
All right, well, thank you so much for all the questions. Thanks, Vicky. So next we have James Glasby and Elliot Ravel, who are going to talk to us about global green prioritisation of anaesthesia practice. So, yeah.
Thanks, Virginia. Morning, everyone. My name's Elliot. I'm an anaesthetic trainee based in South Yorkshire. And today, James and I are going to talk to you about the Global Group for Green Operating Theatres project and give you a little update on the progress so far. So, this project is a prioritisation exercise that's got two main aims. The first aim is to prioritise interventions to reduce carbon footprint of anaesthesia and perioperative care. And the second is to map global anaesthetic delivery and try to see how anaesthetics is being performed throughout the world. So there's two main parts to the project. We've had 2 rounds of surveys. Round 1 was completed last year, and we're in the middle of round 2 at the moment. So in round 1, we looked at 22 different green initiatives, and we asked clinicians essentially to rate these on their feasibility, their acceptability, and their affordability. And we had respondents from all over the world, so 80 different countries in round 1. And respondents was relatively high, with over 1,200 respondents. A quarter of those were non-physicians, and nearly a third were from rural or first referral hospitals. So it's really promising to see that there was such a high number of traditionally harder to reach hospitals responding to the survey. So we'll have a think about some of the insights that we've had from round 1 so far, and then we'll talk about what we're up to of round 2. So I think the most striking thing is that it's clear that sustainable anaesthesia is not being prioritised on the global scale. Looking at the data, we can see that less than half of the respondents reported having a formal or informal environmental sustainability team at their hospital. And nearly 2/3 of respondents reported no sustainable practice teaching at all at their hospital. So this is an example of the sort of insight that we hope to get from the survey as we sort of unpack the data more. We can see a whole range of different types of clinicians here developing that are able to deliver anaesthetics for different operations. So we can see that non-physician anaesthetic providers, which are pictured in green here on this figure, are supported to deliver anaesthesia across a whole range of operations all over the world. So another insight that we gathered initially has been that when we're asking respondents if they're using inhaled agents, what are they using as their standard practice? The majority were using sevoflurane, but 1 in 4 were not, and we're seeing that other agents are being used with higher global warming potential. This essentially shows the results to a question that was asked at the end of the survey, saying if you had to pick one critical area for to design a clinical trial or quality improvement implementation study, which area would you pick? And we can see here that over a quarter highlighted use of local anaesthetic or regional anaesthesia over general anaesthetic. Nearly 12% chose use of IV rather than inhaled agents, and nearly 8% were focusing on stopping the use of nitrous oxide, which really highlights the focus on moving away from general anaesthetic where possible. So in terms of how round 1 went, so round 1 highlighted that we had more than 70% feasibility, acceptability and affordability in 7 different areas, for example, using local or regional anaesthesia for all appropriate cases. However, there were 8 areas that were rejected on the grounds of less than 50% feasibility, acceptability and affordability, and so one example of that was stopping all use of nitrous oxide. But 7 areas have not reached a consensus, and so that brings us on to round 2, which is trying to reach consensus on these 7 areas. So, as of last night, we've got 412 responses for round 2. Remember, we had 1,200 for round 1. Over 54 different countries. So we need your help. For any anaesthetists in the audience, it'd be great if you could give this QR code a scan and tell us what you think of in our survey. And anyone who knows any anaesthetists who they could forward it on to, that would be fantastic as well. So we're actively disseminating this globally at the moment, and we've got a provisional deadline of the 5th of January that it will run to. So I'm now going to hand over to James, who's going to tell you about some of the future perspectives of the project.
Thank you very much, Elliot. So I'm not an anaesthetist, but perioperative care is an interdisciplinary area. So I think it's going to need surgeons and anaesthetists to work very close together to deliver change. We've got a bit of a traffic light system, as you've seen. We've got the things which are probably quite hard to do and need policy level input, so installing solar panels and things that you might hear about later. Then there's this middle round which need orange, and they need some more evaluation. And then there's the green things. There's the only open stuff if you need it. There's the turning the lights off in theatre at night. And each one of those categories, I feel, needs a slightly different approach. So for the green means go things, I think we need to just start implementing these. And my reflections on the talk so far this morning is probably we need to bend Cliff's ear later, and probably Laura and the implementation scientists, and work out a way of evaluating the things which are immediately implementable for both surgeons and anaesthetists across our previous surgical and anaesthetic prioritization exercises. We should just be doing these and measuring them. So I'd love to think together about how we could design that into a research study that might be of interest to the NIHR, for example. I think for all 3 areas, we could probably do better measurement to better understand this variability in practice. We get some sense of what people are doing from the census survey, but people will say things and then the true effect is a little different. So you'll hear a bit more later about our prospective cohort study next year, Surge Week, and we've got some key data points laced in there which will give us real-world evidence of where these things are being implemented and not to help us design future research. And finally, some of these things are going to need evaluation. The funding landscape has changed significantly around the world, but we're developing a perioperative platform trial which will allow things to be individually and cluster randomized within the same platform. And the things which are of highest priority would be a natural fit with this design, including things like reducing complications after surgery and anesthesia, which of course is a really key way to reduce carbon footprint. Complications are very, very carbon expensive. So I think this is the future for this body of work. We're a bit more nascent on our journey than some of the more established projects, but we really look forward to collaborating with you all in the future. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Elliot. Any questions on the global anesthesia prioritization from the audience? No. Well, I will start then. In your opinion, which one is the most interesting insight that you've had from this body of work?
I think for me, almost certainly the lack of prioritisation that you're seeing, sort of with 2/3 of respondents not having any access to any sustainability teaching in their hospital. I think with that video that we saw this morning from Hugh Montgomery, it paints a pretty bleak picture if we don't prioritise these measures. So that would be the most interesting insight for me.
Thank you, James.
Yeah, for me, the variation in practice is really interesting, and it looks like we heard from Rupert last year, if you remember, that the things that he was doing 20, 25 years ago are now being reclaimed. So the bottles of nitrous and not using so many disposable pieces of equipment. And that would be an example of kind of reverse innovation, looking back at what we did before. And it also looks like many colleagues in low-middle income countries also have more sustainable processes, because often they'd be required to do so. They would have to do more reusable equipment and be more judicious with the use of things. So I think that opportunity for learning from what came before and actually learning from colleagues around the world for the NHS is a really interesting opportunity.
That's great. Thank you so much. Oh, we've got one question. I'm afraid we only have time for one question.
Thank you very much. The questions that you asked about what might need the most research to the anaesthetists, was that asked with a sustainability frame in mind, or was that sort of general? Because I'm interested about the preference of local anaesthetic versus general. Was that with patient outcomes as the top priority, or were they asked with a sustainability priority?
Thanks. Do you mind if I take that? So yeah, this is very much a green and sustainability prioritisation. However, we've done some PPI work actually. I think Lizzie led the process around using more local and regional anaesthesia for cases where you had the option of using either. And when we've done PPI work, patients say, I don't actually care whether my operation is sustainable. I mean, it's shocking to say. They say, I want a safe, I want an effective operation. And I expect my healthcare system to be carbon effective and to have a carbon policy in mind. I think that's really important to remember. We should never sacrifice patient safety for sustainability, because if we do, the repercussions of, firstly the human repercussions, but actually complications are very carbon expensive. So these were done with a pure sustainability angle in mind, and not the effectiveness, not which will have the biggest ECO2 equivalent, but what can we do? Is it acceptable? Is it affordable? And you're right, to design these studies, we need to keep both safety, cost, and carbon in mind, just like Dragon has done that you saw earlier. Thank you.
Thanks for the question, and thank you, Elliot and James. So, as the last part of this session, I'm honoured to introduce a video that shows how solar panels have been installed in a hospital in Nigeria. The program was coordinated by our very own Cordeland Linda, a PhD fellow, and the Nigeria hub in the team in Ile-Ife. So yeah, there's the video there, and that will conclude the session. Thank you.
Outage is a big deal during surgeries. A lot of times during surgery, lights can just go off, and we have to resort to using iPhone touches for you to see, and power doesn't get restored on time. Your hand has to be there for a long time, as long as it takes for power to return.
At the Global Surgery Unit at the University of Birmingham, we've been researching the relationship between energy security and surgery around the world. We partnered with OAU Teaching Hospital in Ile-Ife, Nigeria. We set out to explore how these power outages impact surgery, and we looked to implement solar power to provide clean energy for safe surgery.
Before now, the impact of power outage on the operations in the theater have been very diminishing, because most of the times operations have been delayed, have been cancelled, have been prolonged because of the lack of electricity. The power supply from the main grid isn't so regular, so people tend to look for alternative way of generating power. The diesel engines and all that, it's so expensive to maintain, and sometimes this generator breaks down.
We've been working with Global Hospital, which is a charity that has implemented solar power in hospitals all across the world. Working with Global Hospital, we organized the installation of 75 solar panels and 4 batteries for 4 main operating theatres and the critical care.
Since the installation of the solar system in the theatre, I've never witnessed power outage. Even if at all there can be just a blink, like 1 or 2 seconds, it has improved our services. Patient outcome have been improved. There has never been delayed in surgery. There has never been any cancellation as a result of electricity, and even the amount the institution is using on electricity supply are drastically reduced.
OAUTH is one of many hospitals around the world that has frequent power outages which impact surgery and critical care. Our aim is to expand the solar power initiative, provide clean and reliable electricity to hospitals to enable safe surgery, better critical care, and improve patient outcomes.
That was truly inspiring. So well done to everyone for that work. Incredible. So that brings us to the end of the session, and we're going to be back here in 20 minutes for the next session. So you have time to grab a quick coffee, and we'll see you back here at 11:50. Thank you. Thank you all.
Good morning, all. Welcome back. Are you excited for another quick, short session before lunch? That was weak, but we won't try again. So, what have we got? Cross-cutting methodology for greener surgery. And I have a wonderful panel of people. Would you like to take a seat? I'm also missing Claire Peterson, who I believe is giving a presentation. So we're going to start with a double act. I like a double act. So we're going to invite Laura and we're going to invite Virginia to start, and they are going to talk about strategies to change behavior.
Thank you. Yes, morning everyone. So my name is Dr. Laura Kutrina. I'm an associate professor in health research methods here at the University of Birmingham. You may have seen me this morning at the OBehave behavior change session if you were here at 8:30 a.m. This is a follow-on to that session. I'm delighted to be discussing behavior change, sustainability, and surgery with Virginia Letta, who's a surgical registrar and former clinical PhD fellow at the University of Birmingham. Her PhD was all about the implementation of disposable or reusable textiles in operating theaters, what makes it easy or hard to do that, and strategies to address those. OBehave this morning was very much focused on individual level behavior change. What can you do as individual clinicians to change behavior of yourself, of your patients, or of your colleagues? But when interventions are complex, when there are multiple factors and systems at play, people who have different roles or hierarchies within hospitals, when procurement teams are involved, as we heard from the discussion earlier this morning, or when it's very difficult to change particular individuals with power and influence, what do you do and how do you approach it? And that's what this session is all about. So Virginia, can you take us through kind of the challenge that your PhD aimed to address? I think the first slide is about that.
Yeah. Oh. Hello. Yes, so just going by sort of looking at it from like, looking at it from the outside, it sort of looked at how can we implement sustainable change in operating theatres. And we have the first, so if you found the first slide on.
Next slide, please.
Thank you. So we can see from this figure that Lizzie here made that there is numerous carbon hotspots if we follow the patient's journey through from the community down to the operating theatre requiring surgery, down back to the community. So numerous hotspots, and theatres is one of them. And so then we were sort of left with what we can change in operating theatres, and we know that changing multiple things as one can be quite complex and hard just to do. And so we decided to focus on textiles as the work is centered around Dragon Trial, which was discussed earlier on. And so the question was, what are the barriers and the facilitators to implementing reusable drapes and gowns in operating theatres? And so that is the key question that was surrounding my PhD, and the key question that we're going to try and answer today.
Thanks, Virginia. Next slide, please. In terms of thinking about this from the lens of individual behavior then, it is possible to think about, okay, let's train individuals on carbon literacy. And for those of you who were at the OBehave session this morning, this should look very familiar. You might think about the way in which such training addresses capability, opportunity, and motivation factors related to behavior. This is part of the behavior change wheel. Can you, for example, change people's psychological knowledge or physical capability to perform the behavior? Can you change the opportunity and the context, both socially and physically, in which they perform the behavior? And can you change their motivation, the extent to which they want to undertake the behavior to become more sustainable, whether they do it quite automatically or reflectively as well? There's been a number of studies, next slide please, looking at the approach to individual behavior change in the operating theater. I think it's really interesting how these have been mapped according to different aspects of behavior change techniques and the different R's of sustainability, reduce, reuse, recycle, and so forth. One of the interesting findings from this review is that there's been a really limited number of behavior change techniques used. You can see them clustered in green up there. And so there's scope to do quite a bit more and to use a larger variety of behavior change techniques. Crucially, what this article showed is that sustainability is only one of many factors that motivate behavior change. There's also the underlying pathology, thinking about patient-level factors, thinking about outcomes, thinking about surgeons' experience, thinking about resources and hospital systems. So in trying to create behavior change, it's not enough to say, okay, we're going to focus on sustainability, and that's enough. As James was saying, it's also very important to consider other factors, such as finance, resources, culture, and so on. So I'm very curious to hear from you. I know many of you are clinical. Next slide, please. If you're faced with a challenge at work and something isn't working well, let's say a particular aspect of your patient care is going poorly, and you have an idea about what to do to fix it, but there's no evidence for your solution yet. Should you wait for more evidence before taking action? Or should you just start to implement the change when you know change is needed? So with a show of hands, how many people think we should wait for evidence? Bunch of risk-averse surgeons in the room. And how many people think we should start to implement change when we know change is needed? And a lot of people think that that's the case, and I'm really glad to hear that, because that is the conclusion that's come to in other bits of behavioral and implementation science research that I conduct, for example, in maternity and maternity care, where we know things are not working, you know it's bad, you do just want to take action when you can. So sometimes implementation science is about implementing evidence-based innovations, and a lot of people will talk about that. You've done the clinical trial, we know what to do. But in some cases, we're trying to implement something irrespective of the level of evidence available about it. Do we know if disposable or reusable textiles are more safe or more effective or sustainable? Well, not yet, not until the trial, but we might want to implement them anyways. So Virginia, can you tell us a little bit about how you approached implementation science in your PhD? Next slide, please.
Yes, thanks, Laura. So the question, as I mentioned, was how can we implement reusable drapes and gowns in operating theatres? And we think that, reusables have been advocated as a measure to reduce the carbon footprint. They're also present in surgical checklists, but this is not really done everywhere. There is really a mixed sort of type of practice. So we had the opportunity to survey over 5,000 clinicians globally on whether they thought it would be safe to introduce reusables, whether we thought they might affect patient care, and what were the barriers to introducing reusables in their hospitals. So we had over 2,000 free text responses on what the barriers were. So I analyzed those and used a implementation science framework to ground this work, which is the CIFA framework, or Consolidated Framework for Implementation Research. And that allows you to look not only at the individual factors that push the individuals to adopt or reject a change, but look at other levels, including the inner setting, which we identify with the hospitals that we're trying to introduce this innovation in, the outer setting, so whatever institution or environment surrounds that hospital, the intervention itself, so in this case, the drapes and gowns, and the implementation process, so the actions and strategies that are used to make so in this case, reusable drapes and gowns used.
And what were some of the biggest barriers in the survey?
So I think it was interesting because financial factors and sterilization and institutional factors were identified as the biggest barriers, but there was a contextual variation. So, for example, in the high-income countries, barriers related to the institutions, such as the culture in an institution, such as the bureaucratic workflows, those were more highly felt in high-income settings, whereas the cost and the sterilization issues were more so identified in low-income and low-middle-income countries.
Thank you. So that was a survey among many people. But what the next part of your PhD did was really go in depth to look at not just the challenges, but also the solutions as well. Next slide, please. And you conducted qualitative interviews and focus groups covering 38 participants across Ghana, Mexico, and the United Kingdom, which is a substantive undertaking. And then you analyzed the qualitative data in order to find not just what was a challenge about implementing disposable or reusable textiles, but also the solutions. It's very complex in implementation science to identify solutions. In behavioral science, for those who are here in the morning, there's a very predetermined approach where you identify the barrier and then you can look in the literature to match the solution, kind of like having the diagnosis and then identifying the treatment plan. But in implementation science, it's far more contextual. There are many different things going on in different locations, and there are many different strategies that could potentially be applied. The tables in your PhD go on for pages. So I'm just going to pick out a few examples of common challenges that participants talked about and the strategies that you've identified from the analysis and also from existing literature to address some of those challenges. Next slide, please. So one of the first ones I think that we were going to focus on was the fact that procurement and other teams tend to prioritize short-term savings over long-term sustainability. And I can see people nodding in the audience here. Virginia, based on your research, what would you say is a way to address this challenge?
Yes, so this was definitely a big one that came out of the interviews. And we can see that it is in green, and that means that it is a challenge that is encountered by both those trying to implement reusables, but also disposable. And it is important to mention that within these interviews, I didn't just ask for the barriers and the facilitators to use of reusable, but disposable too. And you might ask why, because it's not sustainable to use disposable, but actually we know that a lot of hospitals use disposable already. We don't really have the results of the trial yet. And also it's really hard to think that some hospitals are just gonna flip their practice overnight and go from disposable to reusable. So what's more likely to happen is that they're gonna have to gradually build this transition. And that's why this challenge actually looks at both. So both people trying to implement reusable but also disposable find that hospitals sometimes prioritize costs, and it's a short-term win because the cost is reduced, as in first instance, but actually it would be really good to assess the gains that are to be made by using a longer lasting material, by perhaps doing a business case on what savings can be drawn by that, because the drapes and gowns are probably going to last longer, so there is not going to be a need to buy as often. And then the other thing is try and liaise and get the feedback from your teams, because if there is a material, the quality is really bad, the teams are not going to want to use that. Whatever, the spinning around it is that if a person doesn't feel that that's safe, they're not going to use it. And so that's going to represent a barrier. So obtaining feedback and assessing sort of the benefits of a higher investment in the first instance.
Thanks, Virginia. So incremental change, business case, and getting buy-in from colleagues. Great. Next slide, please. In terms of another challenge, I think something that came up that we were going to discuss is really culture and hierarchy and resistance to change. That's something that many in this audience talk about a lot. You're encountering a cultural hierarchy that makes it hard to change. If people encounter that, what should they do?
I think it is in a way a similar thing about with regards to the feedback. So why are they resistant? What is the issue? What are they concerned about? Is there a safety concern? Is that they don't like it? So getting feedback from the teams on what is wrong. And also the other thing would be, as I mentioned, to provide high quality evidence, which was what we're trying to do with Dragon, is provide high quality evidence that can say for those concerned of infection risk, actually is just the same, it doesn't change. So providing that strong, robust evidence that can overcome cultural barriers.
Thanks. I mean, clinicians are, especially surgeons, are incredibly responsive to evidence, unlike the general public in many cases. So when culture and hierarchy come up, that evidence can be really powerful. Thank you. Next slide, please. Another strategy or another challenge that came up, I think that we talked about, had to do really with workforce and marginalization of the job role. I think this was from the lower and middle income countries that you experienced and visited. Can you tell me a little bit more about that in terms of what marginalization means and what the workforce challenges were and how to address them?
Yeah, so this was definitely a surprising finding, as in the previous study with the survey, there was sterilization, as I mentioned, was a barrier, but we didn't really go in depth on how and why that was a barrier. And through the interviews, it actually turned out that in some hospitals, those that are sent to work in sterilization facilities are actually those nursing staff or team members that are not considered suitable to work on clinical work on the ward, for example. So wherever, if they feel like they're not suitable for ward, or if they're coming back from illness or anything like that, they get sent to sterilization. And that sort of underpins a bit of a misconception on what the sterilization job actually is, the training involved, the training required, and also the fact that it is such a key element of the use of reusable. So in this instance, there was a lot about education, not just education of the staff, but education of the whole hospital community on the relevant and the importance of the sterilization facility and the sterilization staff. And so providing training, providing education, and if I remember correctly, there was appointing and supporting champions to just show just as how important the role was. And the other thing I mentioned, which is highlighted in bold, is considering outsourced reprocessing model. So one of the things I did in the study is actually identify how hospitals get these reusable drapes and gowns. And we mentioned earlier about getting them reprocessed or re-sterilized in an external facility. So if we think that the problem with sterilization is too much and we can't fix it in a way, then another option will be to seek outsourcing as part of the solutions.
Thanks, Virginia. That was so interesting, hearing you come back from your travels and talking about how people who were involved in hospitals in the processing and washing of these textiles were often really marginalized, talked about really negatively, and the role wasn't seen as valuable. But there are ways to make that role be perceived as valuable, such as with champions, and to increase the status of that role as a way to overcome those barriers. Thank you. Just in the interest of time, I think we'll go to the very last slide, please, and wrap up. We'll skip the final strategies because they are quite complex. Do look at Virginia's PhD if you're interested in more. Information alone is not sufficient to change behavior, but it's often necessary, particularly about cost and causal effectiveness. We heard evidence as part of the story here, but it's not the full thing. The process of change is contextually dependent, but there will be sets of implementation strategies that can be used. Some of the things that Virginia talked about overlapped. And in the future, we hope that these kinds of implementation strategies can be tested in trials causally as the outcome themselves. What are the most effective implementation strategies? Do you need to do audits? Do you need to do business cases? Do you need to have champions? Are there sets that work well together for particular sets of problems? Any final words, Virginia?
No, but I just absolutely loved this piece of work. So if anyone has any questions or would like to chat any further, please come and find me at lunch.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. So in the interest of time, I think we will save the questions for the lunch session. So I'd like to invite Dimitri to go next, and then Liz is going to follow sort of sequentially afterwards.
Yep, thank you very much, Rob. My name is Dimitri. I'm an associate professor and consultant here in public health. What I'm going to present is based on the work that I did with Virginia and Rob, who hasn't seen the slides yet, so watch his reactions. The work we did together on the Cheetah carbon model. So Cheetah was a trial that we delivered around 5 years ago, published in 2022, and it was looking at the use of changing gloves and instruments at the time of wound closure versus not changing gloves and instruments, and the impact of that on surgical site infection. What the trial showed was that there was a 13% reduction in wound infection if you changed gloves and instruments at the time of wound closure. Quite a robust trial, published in The Lancet, showed this intervention was clinically effective. Also, it reduced costs. But the question remained, what was the impact of using more gloves to change your gloves at the end of the operation on the environment? So that's why we did this carbon model. It's been published in JAMA Network Open, which is a good journal. So if anyone's interested, you're very welcome to go away and have a read of the full thing. But the bottom line, really, this map shows that across the world, in every different setting, we estimate that routinely changing gloves and instruments at the end of the operation will have a positive impact on the environment by reducing carbon footprint. Essentially because you're reducing the number of wound infections, that means there's less reoperations, less patients staying longer in hospital readmissions. That reduces the overall footprint of the surgical care. So good for health systems in reducing costs, good for the environment in reducing carbon footprint. So this is kind of where we've learned from. So life cycle assessments, I think it's fair to say this is the gold standard for assessing environmental impact of all sorts of different things, products, processes, services. They usually run from cradle to grave, so looking at all the materials and energy inputs into producing a product or a service, any kind of manufacturing or distribution involved in it, and then actually using it and disposal at the end. It's really comprehensive outputs that you can have looking at the CO2 outputs, water use, acidification, toxicity, and so on. Really comprehensive, very good quality data. The problem is these life cycle assessments are somewhat complex, slow, and expensive. So it can be quite an undertaking. And I think this is something for debate and discussion, but how will we actually use carbon footprint data in healthcare? I think James has already alluded to this earlier. So we can kind of look at interventions that they could be higher clinical effectiveness and lower carbon footprint. That's obviously great, that's what we're looking for, something that's really good for patients, low carbon footprint. It could be low clinical effectiveness and high carbon footprint. Well, that clearly sounds like something we don't want to do. It's not so good for patients and not so good for the environment. But what is the trade-off between clinical effectiveness and carbon footprint? That is a question, I think, that is open for debate. Now, in the world of health economics, we have very structured approaches to this, where NICE uses quality adjusted life years to look at value for money of different services and interventions in healthcare. And we have kind of specific NICE thresholds for how much we're willing to pay per QALY gained from a particular treatment. So that's a very standardized, clear approach. We don't have that yet in carbon footprinting. And I'm not sure we ever will, because it's not really a clear point there. The health service has a limited budget, and therefore we have to look at how can we achieve the greatest efficiency in the health benefits from the budget we have. But as we've already said, the carbon footprinting the carbon impact of what we do is a lot more complex. We could say to a patient, we're not going to do your operation because it has a high carbon footprint. But then if somebody else jets off to Australia, that person's carbon footprint from their operation saving, well, that benefit is gone because someone's got the same carbon footprint flying to Australia, even though the person would have benefited more from an operation. So I think it's very difficult to deny patients healthcare based on the carbon footprint, because it's not a limited budget in the same way that it's constrained as money. So that leads us on to thinking that we need a more pragmatic approach to considering what is carbon effectiveness. We need faster, cheaper, scalable carbon footprinting methodologies that can be implemented at scale in healthcare without the need for creating a massive industry of people who are going to go around doing all of this. And I think we can look at the idea that actually small carbon footprint differences are not likely to change clinical practice. If we say that intervention A versus B, there's a 500-gram difference in carbon dioxide, are we really going to change what we're doing based on that small difference? We might do with money, because I can see there's a few people, senior leaders here from the NHS. We're under a lot of pressure in the ICBs and the trusts, but carbon footprint, not so much. So it's probably enough to really understand what the overall direction of effect is. Is intervention A or B better in terms of its carbon footprint? It's probably not so important to be really precise with what the effect size is in the way that we will look for precision with clinical and cost effects. So therefore, it's probably enough really to focus on what are the key carbon hotspots that essentially could flood our carbon model. So when we were doing a cheetah model, what we found was that when you look at the carbon footprint of a surgical site infection, overwhelmingly that is driven by the length of stay, additional length of stay associated with surgical site infection, and the reoperations associated with wound infection. We could spend our time counting every single swab, antibiotic pill, painkiller medication that a patient has had related to surgical site infection. But the reality is the carbon footprint of those is really minuscule compared to the carbon footprints of the additional length of stay and reoperation. So it instantly tells us, actually, we can really simplify a model and we'll probably get more or less the same result if we just focus on those big hotspots. So that simplifies things somewhat. Boundary setting is really important in carbon modeling because it's a bit like an onion. You can always peel more and more layers away of our carbon model. For example, if you're looking at energy inputs, well, every single day, you can go online, you can see what the energy mix is in the UK, and it changes day to day, what's coming out of the grid. Do we want to be accounting that, in the summer and in the winter, we have different carbon footprints from energy? Do we want to look at things like staff travel and staff meals? Probably not. With our boundary setting, we need to decide what activities and resources we're going to include in the model and set limits around that. So we can look at clinical limits. So, for example, what clinical outcomes are relevant to our intervention. So when we were looking at change of glove and instruments, clearly that was aimed at reducing surgical site infection, wound infection. So that was the key thing we were interested in. We weren't going to look at the carbon footprinting of pneumonias and acute kidney injuries because they were probably not relevant to that intervention, and we would assume that they would be broadly similar across both groups because the intervention wasn't having an effect on them. So they sort of cancel out across the two arms of the study, so we don't need to worry about that. We set some system limits, and I mean by this health system limits. So are we going to look at what's going on in communities, in primary care, in hospitals? Reality is it's going to be most easy to capture activity in the hospital where we can collect data most easily. Temporal limits, are we looking at outcomes after 30 days, 90 days, 1 year? So be very clear what we're doing there. And I think the key point here is that there's no right or wrong approach. You can make different decisions for a given model that you're building, but what is important is that you need to be transparent in what you're doing, what the boundaries are, consistently applying the same boundaries to the different groups that you're comparing, so it's a fair comparison, and clearly justify why you've done what you've done. And finally, having a more pragmatic approach to model parameters. So I think we have to accept that there is going to be uncertainty around our model parameters. So by that I mean, how many resources are we using? So how many swabs have we used? We're not likely to measure that directly because it's going to be very time consuming to do that. So we can probably estimate rather than directly measure some of these parameters. That could be by looking in the literature what previous people have measured and reported. That could be by doing expert elicitation, asking domain experts, well, what do you think the resource usage is of X in this particular clinical scenario, in that particular clinical scenario? So but we then need to have comprehensive sensitivity analyses to test the robustness and describe the uncertainty. So if we're using expert elicitation, we can't just take a single estimate. We need to have some sort of distribution. So, we think a typical patient user will have 2 swabs used, wound swabs, for example. But, sometimes that might be 1, and for some patients that might be 5. And so we can build some sensitivity analyses where we test best and worst case scenarios to just describe that uncertainty. I think we also need to move to having a lot more region-specific analyses that use context-specific parameters, because what is true in a carbon model based on what happens in Birmingham is not necessarily going to be true in Lagos or in Delhi or in Washington. So having more context-specific parameters that we bring in, looking at differences in supply chain, energy, clinical practice, relevant to those hotspots that we've described, I think is important. And finally, as with all analyses, I think we need to move to having more pre-planned analysis plans that allow that transparency in how we've designed and executed the study. And that we haven't just sort of massaged the figures to show what we want to show. So those are my thoughts, but it is very much, I think, still in the application of this to clinical trials in any case, a relatively emerging field. So we'll be very interested in everyone's thoughts and comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dimitri. So he welcomes your thoughts and comments. So do we have any? Oh, we'll bring it to you. We'll bring it to you.
Over here.
I'll just try to find it. So when you were mentioning how small carbon footprints, small difference in carbon footprints are likely to change practice, is that if people are made aware that that's because you then said that the overall direction of the carbon effect in interventions, one or the other, is more important than how much change there is. So if it's the case that there's a small change, then, but the overall direction is known. So what was that in terms of informing people and their actions as a result, or was that in terms,
Yeah, I was wondering whether anyone would pick up the slight contradiction there.
Yeah.
So well done. No, I think what I'm kind of getting at there is we're looking for big differences, and we want to know what direction those big differences are in. Now, slightly subjective, of course, what a big difference is, but we're looking for a significant difference. Is it in direction A or in direction B? I think what I'm kind of getting at is, once we know that it's a big difference, I don't think it really matters. Is it, a difference of 100 or 105 kilograms of CO2 per patient? Yeah.
Cool.
So that precision, I think, is less important.
Thanks.
We like pragmatism. Oh, there was another question. There was another question over here somewhere.
Hello. Thank you for another interesting sort of talk. So I support a North West London Trust. I'm also a circular economy consultant, so I love everything related to carbon footprinting. And at the moment, we're basically trying to build a couple of business cases that include an assessment of the environmental impact of that switch. And as a question to yourself, or anyone else in the room, is there a database of LCA studies that include what is supplied to an NHS trust rather than like a Brazilian or like another context that we can access to develop these high-level LCA-based business cases?
So I'm not sure if that's a leading question.
I know. Yes, so actually one of the resources that we used for the Cheetah Carbon model is Healthcare LCA, which is a live repository of all LCAs done in healthcare for resources from the swabs to the dressings to procedures to clinical attendances. It's all in there. It's really, really good. it's live, so it gets updated, and basically all the resources that are included in the model, most of the studies that I got the carbon footprint from are in that repository. So
Thank you.
I hope it helps.
I think we have time for one more question. This lady down here.
Wait. I mean, I think it is an important note that it is still a field that is relatively in its infancy. And so how a lot of these things have been done has not been well standardized. And so how comparable some of those estimates. So the LCA methodology itself, well developed, but how it's applied in a clinical context, I think, so you will often see quite different estimates for very similar items.
And so it comes when you're comparing things, you need to be careful what's included, what is being excluded, so that, you know, because as Dimitri said, there is no standard, but it should be clarified, it should be transparent. So if you're making comparisons, then you just need to be careful what is considered and what is excluded. Yeah, what the boundaries are, basically.
Yeah, last question. When you're looking at carbon footprinting, do you actually consider the embodied carbon of the products that's actually used within the procedure? And at the same time, do you also consider the source of the energy that's actually used? Because that makes a difference. I read in your presentation, it says grid fluctuation doesn't make a difference. It's actually how that energy is generated that makes a difference on the carbon emissions.
So that's kind of what I was getting at, is you have to set some boundaries around that. So in different parts of the country, for example, the energy mix is different. You know, you can go on the ESO website, or they tweet it out every day, what the carbon footprint is for the, you know, for a kilowatt of energy in every region of England. And generally, the further south you are, the higher the carbon footprint is. In Scotland, quite often it's near like 0, particularly on a windy day. But you know, so what I'm kind of getting at is that there is a granularity. You have to decide how far you're going to dig with this stuff, because otherwise, you know, these projects will be multi-year projects. And if it's true that, you know, the world is heading to catastrophe, as Professor Montgomery says, we probably don't, you know, if it takes us 5 years to do every project, there's not many projects until we hit catastrophe. So, I guess what I'm kind of making the case for is taking a much more pragmatic approach than perhaps we would sometimes take in research.
Thank you. We will move on. Lizzie.
Yeah. Again, in interest of time, I'll just make some brief comments. So, to summarise the morning meeting with regards to the carbon modelling, we used an example of a randomised controlled trial that we've just completed. And in a nutshell, it's about using education to change the behaviour of surgeons for more CT scans to reduce the number of negative appendectomies, so in other words, patients that don't need surgery going to theatre. However, just taking all the sort of thoughts that what people have contributed, number one is that there needs to be a balance between how much detail a carbon model can be versus how much energy and what you will impact with this. Secondly, I would say that a bit like what my colleague James had mentioned earlier, this already is becoming parlance, regular parlance, part of research. So we're not only looking at health economics as a sub-study, but we should all be doing preemptively some carbon modelling around our research. The primary aim being patient benefit and clinical outcomes. However, these are things that we could collect preemptively, design the studies that we are going to design, and we could build a better database that is more specific to different areas of the country, to the world ourselves. Thirdly, what I would say is that it's definitely changed already from the year 1 to year 3 that we've been here. It's become from a more fringe idea that people are having, and it's expanded. So just referring back to Vicky, who did the waste presentation earlier, she had mentioned that they were using surgery as an exemplar and as a high volume test bed and expanding across the hospital. And I spoke to an ED consultant, Andrew from Stoke, who also mentioned that they were testing and innovating many different techniques, but rolling this out across the whole hospital, which is very exciting and also good to know that these transferable models are being used as well. But yes, so in summary, it is slowly getting there, and we should hopefully embed this into all of our studies. There's nothing better than being able to go to a manager and saying, this not only improves patient outcomes, it's cheaper, but also saves carbon as well, which is a NHS top priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Lizzie. That's a wonderful take-home message, but we're not quite done yet. So I'd like to invite Claire, who's going to do the last presentation.
Good afternoon, my name is Claire Peterson. I'm a core surgical trainee in the east of England, and I'm pleased to present our project, which was on reducing surgical waste through a sustainable operative practice, a before, during and after approach at the Norwich Hand Unit. So this was a multidisciplinary team project aiming to provide safe, greener and more cost-effective care. So why is this important? Well, around 4% of carbon emissions in England are made by the NHS per year. Theatres have a particularly high energy consumption, estimated to be around 3 to 6 times more energy intensive than wards, and operating theatres contribute around 20 to 30% of all hospital waste. Given this, and that the NHS aims to be net zero by 2040, we identified an area where we could have a meaningful impact. So our hand unit operates on around 240 patients per year and over 2 theatres for cases under local or regional anaesthetic, under plastics or orthopaedic surgery. On average, there are 7 cases per day per theatre, with a minimum of 3 staff members scrubbing per case. Our interventions included, preoperatively, we stopped the routine prescription of paracetamol and ibuprofen and asked patients to obtain this over the counter. Intraoperatively, so in plastic surgery, most surgeons use loupes. Therefore, we found that clinicians were removing the plastic section of the visor masks, and therefore we exchanged these visor masks for standard surgical masks. We changed to reusable gowns from the disposable ones. We changed to an alcohol-based scrub for all but the first scrub of the day. And we streamlined our surgical packs to remove large drapes that are not required for hand surgery and to remove unnecessary and often unused items. Post-operatively, we stopped providing single-use water bottles and changed for reusable cups and jugs. Environmentally, we are projected to save 20.8 tonnes of CO2 equivalent per year in our 2-theatre hand unit, with the largest reduction coming from streamlining the sterile packs of just under 10 tonnes of CO2 equivalent per year. A water-based scrub is required for the first scrub of the day, and this uses around 30 litres of water per person per scrub. It is as effective to have a water-based scrub for the first scrub of the day and then use alcohol-based scrubbing gel for all subsequent scrubs that day. So in our hand unit, that is projected to save 540 litres of heated water per day. Financially, our interventions are predicted to save over £32,000, again with a large reduction coming from streamlining the sterile packs and changing to reusable gowns. Clinically, our interventions were implemented safely, with no complications, no adverse events, and no negative impact on patient care. Our theatre team reported improved morale and a greater awareness and understanding of our environmental responsibility. Changing to the alcohol-based scrub saves around 4.5 minutes per scrub. This is projected to save around 648 staff hours per year. This is an ongoing project, and we are implementing further changes. We have sourced charitable funding to implement reusable surgical hats, and we are further downsizing our surgical sets to produce a minor plastics hand set. And we aim to share our learning both within our hospital and nationally. You can see the surgical hat modelled on screen. So, to conclude, in our 2-theatre hand unit, with cases under local and regional anaesthetic, our predicted carbon savings are over 20 tonnes of CO2 equivalent per year and over £32,000 per year. If we scale this up to the 20 inpatient theatres that we have in our hospital, as well as other clinical areas, procedure rooms, endoscopy, surgical aesthetic, there's a big chance, a big opportunity to reduce our carbon emissions. Scaling that up to the 134 acute NHS provider trusts in the UK, there is a huge opportunity to reduce the carbon footprint of the NHS, providing safe, greener and more cost-effective care. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Claire. So do you have any quick questions for Claire? We've got 1 and 2. We'll take 2 questions and then we will move on.
A very quick question. Do you have a roadmap detailing what you did, who you spoke to, and how you rolled that out in your 2 theatres?
Yes, so it was quite a few people, lots of different departments involved, procurement, our sustainability team, and obviously all our theatre team. So yes, we have.
And can that be shared with?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Thank you.
Connect with you after.
Right, I've got one more up here.
Yeah, hi. So just a follow-up on James's question. In terms of, do you have any details about the interventions in terms of, from a behavioural perspective? So you mentioned a lot about the alcohol hand rubbing. How was that communicated to the staff on the ground in terms of, was it education, did you have training sessions? How did you communicate that with the staff? And what was the compliance from that perspective? Because we know that people they have different drivers to doing different things.
Yes, thank you, yes. I think we're all probably a little bit resistant to change. Once we've got something we like, we don't necessarily want to change it. It was really education, informal education. It was just spreading the awareness that it is as effective to use the surgical scrubbing gel for every scrub after the first one. The uptake is very high, so we have lots of the scrubbing gel available, and it is sort of as close as the sinks to where you scrub, doing everything to make it as easy as possible, and I would say the uptake is very high. Informally, people generally say they prefer it. It's a lot quicker, and it's generally people find it slightly less irritating on their skin. So I would say behaviourally from that side, that's a very positive change that was taken up very well.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I'm afraid we're going to move on, but please do catch Claire over lunch if you've got further questions for her. So Dimitri and I stand between you and lunch. So I could hold a really long discussion, or I could just say thank you to the speaker. All yours, Dimitri.
Thank you, Rob. So just quickly to say, we're going to unlock the voting for the posters now. You've had a chance to have a look at them. So in the emails we sent yesterday, there was a link there to go onto a form where you can rate the top 3 posters. So please do go and have a look at the posters, rate them, and we'll look forward to identifying which is the best.
What time are you? We are due back at 1:30. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back after lunch. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Anil Bangi. I'm a consultant surgeon, and I'm the chief investigator of the NIHR program grant, which is really the remit that allows us to do both today and the research we're doing. And that research is around the Dragon trial, the Noble trial, waste management, some of the work we've done on energy, and then this comes under our aspect of engagement as well and future scoping. So if I could invite our panel up, so it's Dina and Mark, if you can come and take your seats. We're going to do something slightly different now. We're going to talk really about some technologies. So we're going to talk about robotic surgery to address it head on and its intersection with sustainability. And they're not the most obvious of bedfellows at first, but let's get stuck in and ask ourselves the questions that we want to ask. So Laura's going to cover something first, then we're going to have a relatively free-flowing chat between us, a sort of panel discussion without structure. During that, if any of you want to ask any questions, easy questions welcome, difficult questions, yeah, okay, also welcome. Please put your hand up. We're not going to wait to the end for questions. If you've got comments or questions, we can thread those in to inform the debate as we go. And this is really important because this is probably the foundation, this intersection of technology, sustainability, and how we begin to define what is sustainable and what's not. This is the intersection of what we'll do next year. So really, we're looking to the future here, and we need your help to design it. So Laura, you ready?
Hi, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the conference so far. My name is Laura. I'm a clinical PhD fellow here at the university. And just before we kick off this session, just wanted to do a very quick introduction. Please make sure that you stay tuned until the end of the session, because at the end, we will be launching a global robotic surgery Delphi that's inclusive to a number of roles of people working in robotic surgery, including surgeons, anesthetists, nurses, and we will have collaborative authorship for people who participate in at least 2 rounds, so just stay tuned for that. To do things a little bit differently, we would just ask you to please scan this QR code and vote on what you'd like to see discussed today. If we could please just switch to the poll results. Okay, so the top 3 contenders is what we will be discussing today, so you can vote up to 3 options.
And will that stay up?
Yeah.
So let's hit it head on, operating theatre efficiency. Does an efficient operating theatre help us with sustainability? And the bigger question there is, does a robot make it more or less efficient?
Who are you directing that to, me or Mark first?
Start.
Ladies first. Okay, well, let's talk about robotic and operational efficiency. So I think those of us who have a robotic system or have had any experience with robotics will tell you that initially it's a bit slower and it's about trade-offs. So it's not just about thinking about the robot at the very beginning of the implementation phase. It's about when you get beyond your implementation phase and you're really into that mastery phase and you've got an effective team, you've got an effective system, and then you can really get operational efficiency. And that takes a bit of time. And I don't think that we have mapped out what a high-performance team and what a high-performance robotic work stream looks like. So can you get operational efficiency? Yes. Can you get that in a robotic theatre? Yes. Does that feed into sustainability? Yes, because I think sustainability is a multifaceted phenomenon, and it's not just about carbon, it's about cost, it's about workforce, it's about productivity. All those things feed into each other. And how we get there, or are we there, I think we're a way off, but I think we're on this runway of achieving sustainability through operational efficiency. What do you think, Mark?
I mean, I think we did really very, very badly. 84% of waste comes out of the theatre in hospital waste. So the theatre is an area that really needs concentration and concern. But in terms of operating efficiency, we mustn't think about the theatre. Until we can get the patient from the ward to the theatre on time, everything else pales into insignificance. You can run your theatre as efficiently as you like, but when you come to call for the patient, the next patient, if you've got to wait 45 minutes, it's not sustainable. And that's where the mistake is made around operating efficiency. But ultimately, efficiency requires a whole new thought process as to how to run the theatre in conjunction with the ward, and we've got to do something about the awful waste that's going on. Nobody, I mean, every time I see a theatre being cleared at the end of the day, and you see 5 bags full of waste, my heart stops. It's something. One of my early inventions could have fitted in a box about that size, that tall, and that by that. And when the company that bought it from me produced it for global launch, it was in a box about that size. And they actually said, if we're going to charge X amount, the surgeons want to see something bigger. Cardboard, plastic, inserts, and so on. And something's got to be done about that. It's awful waste.
So how would you go back? How would you, for the purposes of this discussion, how would you define sustainability? Is it just environment, or is it more than that?
No, I mean, it's everything. So it's right back to supply chain. So we should be seeing what's coming, where our stuff is coming from, and how it's produced. In supply chain, then you also get other things like human safety and Slavery Act and so on. So we really do need to know our supply chains well, and then it's the function, and then it's also, do we make a real effort to segregate our waste into, hazardous, non-hazardous, reusable or not, and that doesn't happen in NHS hospitals that I visit. It all goes in the same bags and goes off to be incinerated. That's nonsense. You think of all the stuff you open before an operation starts. That's not biohazardous. There's no patient even in the room, and yet they don't segregate that out and go and put that in, in with the normal rubbish. So it's a really big issue.
What's sustainability for you?
I think sustainability for me is much more broader, particularly from a robotic surgical perspective. And when I think about sustainability, I think about, my clinical sustainability, the longevity of the robotic programs. There's no point investing 2.5 million into a robotic system that gets utilised once a week. That's not sustainable for the NHS. So I think of sustainability in terms of clinical, I think of sustainability in terms of workforce, I think about sustainability in terms of longevity, and I think about sustainability in terms of carbon. And I think, we've spoken about this before, it's that clinical cost carbon, where is the sweet spot? And I think you make some really interesting points about supply chain, because we have some really difficult times ahead of us in the NHS, and we have some really conflicting priorities. So on one hand, NHS England is telling us that 9 out of 10 minimally invasive operations will be robotic by 2035. On the second hand, they're also telling us that we're going to try and achieve net zero by 2040, 2045. And so these two are two conflicting priorities that the NHS is asking us as its workforce to help it deliver. So how do we deliver that? And I think that we do need to come back to our industry partners and say, okay, how do you create sustainable supply chains? And we need to signal to them as leaders that actually when it comes to procurement of these robotic systems, I want to know a bit more than just about cost. And I want to know just a bit more than about clinical effectiveness. I want to know about your carbon consciousness, and I want to know about the impact that that has on my workforce. And actually, as a robotic leader, or as a robotic leader of the future, that is what I should be holding industry partners accountable to, but I should be making that homogenous across the NHS. So when we're thinking about procuring new robotic systems, these are the things that we're looking at beyond the price point. And so I think it's a partnership between us.
I mean, when we started my company, CML Surgical, we took that approach right from the beginning. So our factory has got solar panels on, and we actually give electricity back to the grid. We capture all the rainwater, and that actually runs it, and every single aspect. So we virtually are, by 2035, we'll be net zero, and that is part of it. And of course, your instrumentation must be made as many lives as possible. I can once remember sitting with one of my early inventions with an international pharmaceutical company who spent 2 days ensuring that the instrument could only be used once. And that sort of behavior, because that improves profit, and we've got to get away from that sort of behavior in order to do the planet better. And then there's also some sustainability around surgeons' lives. I had a surgeon yesterday just saying how her life has improved since going on the robot, and she doesn't feel as tired, and hopefully that will lead to an extension of their surgical career as well. You know, I have at least 5 colleagues that have retired prematurely because of injuries as a consequence of laparoscopic surgery.
And just to cycle back, because I didn't do it, just for formality, I didn't introduce you all, it was on the screen. But Mark, you're the founder and CEO of Cambridge Medical Robotics.
Yeah, I'm the CMO. And the founder, and I was previously at the University of Cambridge Teaching Hospital.
As a
gynecologist for most of my career, but I did other inventing as well.
And Dina
requires no introduction.
Requires no introduction. So, consultant colorectal surgeon. I think at one stage we were SHO and like ST3 somewhere.
Anil was my registrar, but he refuses to believe that now because we think we're the same age.
I was telling Anil earlier that the Royal College of Surgeons gave me an honorary fellowship, and when I received it, I said to him, I really appreciated it given the conflict they must have had in awarding it to a gynecologist.
Okay, so if anyone wants to thread into this conversation, which is really about robotics and sustainability, Simon, yeah? And please, if you introduce yourselves as we go, please.
Yeah, thank you. And Simon Clark, I'm head of shopping for all of Birmingham and Black Country now, so I look after all the procurement, supply chain for all those. Very bold statement, and I get this a lot from suppliers. You're net zero, your organisation, what about your whole supply chain?
We will be by 2035, and we have a work in progress examining all our supply chains. And that's everything from both the sustainability side and also about the human slavery side as well. So we want to know our supply chains backwards, and we will go away from people who don't match the targets that we're setting.
Okay, because what I am worried about is that third element of our carbon emissions, which is the supply chain. Given resilience issues, I'm not even going to bring up Trump, but given all of that, how can we guarantee that? Because I know I can't anymore.
Yeah, it's really difficult. I mean, we've even got, so we monitor our use of cars in the company. We monitor the use of air flights. We have to, obviously, we're a global business, so we have to have them. They tell me I'm doing it for financial reasons, but we encourage them to go in low-cost airlines because they put more people on the planes, and therefore the impact is less in the carbon footprint. So we do all of that as well, and we publish every quarter a report on sustainability.
And apologies, I'm still labouring on it only because I get this all the time. But I work with CMR and we have robotics through yourself, so thank you. Yeah. How are you going to get those raw materials net zero?
Yes, I think that is a challenge.
Okay.
The
same challenges as we got.
You know, it's
a bold statement. That was
I've sort of come to this point in life where I don't worry too much about the future because things change so much. You know,
that's why we're here.
Yeah.
Because we're worried about the future.
Yeah.
So but thank you.
But it's got to be a mission that everybody in the company signs up to, and wants to be part of. And I'm very blessed by the sort of people I employ. I always say I have 2 major functions in my company. One is to raise the average age by 2 standard deviations, and others to drop the IQ by the same amount. But I've employed some of the brightest, youngest scientists who are really committed to a future plan. And so most of my engineers cycle to work every day. And in fact, when we spoke about putting up the factory, the debate was, it's got to be somewhere where we can cycle to or take the train to. They are all fit.
We got a couple of hands. We got one at the front.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is a very timely debate in light of the 10-year plan. Questions to all of you. It's quite hard to be fully transparent about how green a purchasing decision is. And I think Anil actually spoke about last year the idea of having like a traffic light type system, a bit like when we buy food, whereby you can judge the sustainability of a product, and that will empower your purchasing decision. I think it's quite a complex area, and we've heard how life cycle assessments are difficult and take a long time and are expensive. But what do you think industry can do to help improve the transparency of purchasing decisions from a sustainability perspective? And then, I guess, for clinicians, what can we do to help advocate for purchasing of those products?
Well, purchasing is a real problem in the NHS, and there is no transparency. And there's some awfully bad decisions being taken across a range of industries, not just robotics. Orthopedics, recently in the United States, there are papers suggesting that 30% of knee replacements were completely unnecessary and being driven by cost, by people being paid. So I think we as a company, we've also got to be completely committed to value-based medicine. The US is spending 19.5% of GDP on health. That's not sustainable. So we do have to go in at the right price, but that means procurement practices have to be very transparent, and it's really got to be the right price. And there are a lot of procurement practices that are not the right process and are costing the NHS a lot of money that it cannot afford.
I think from a clinical perspective, we probably need some education around actually what is good procurement practice and what is transparent procurement practice. So most people have no idea what procurement does. They, as a surgeon, you want something and you go to theatres and say, I want this, and then they say you have to go through this process and you fill out a form, but actually you don't really know what the tendering process is around that. You don't really, unless you go and find out yourself, and we're not taught that. We're not taught that during our clinical training. And one of the difficulties is that we all very much focus on that, rightly so. But then we are expected to work in a system that we don't fully understand. And with colleagues who have really important roles, like Simon in procurement, and we don't understand what their touch points and pain points are and what our touch points and pain points are and where they can both come together. So I think things like greener surgery are really important to try and educate clinicians about what we should be asking for, particularly in this new era where robotic and digital technology is going at pace. And what does a good procurement practice look like? What does a transparent procurement practice look like? And what should we be asking industry beyond the cost and beyond what we assume is clinical effectiveness? And I think that is probably the first step. And I think places like here are a really important way. I think we probably need more open discussion with procurement, and procurement probably need to understand what clinical challenges are, and we need to understand what procurement challenges are. Alongside that, probably the financial aspect of that. And you don't learn that until you become a consultant and you want to bring in a new robot into your healthcare organisation. So that is what I would say from my own personal standpoint.
Let me add to that, and then there's a double question going on. I'll reframe it slightly for our conversation going forward. I think patients do best in a system, and I think the system serves those patients with the best possible outcome, and then the best possible technology to support that. So one of my observations of robotic surgery is that it seems to change the system the patient's in. That's what from the moment they're in the clinic and the decision making around that, all the way through to the point of discharge. For example, does anyone want to guess what the current inguinal hernia day case rate is in this country for a simple inguinal hernia? It still remains only 60%. So we should be higher than that. We should be up to 80-85% at least. Ideally for simple hernias up to 100%. The reason those patients don't go home is because those patients, this is simple groin hernia surgery. because those patients aren't done in a system, they're often tagged onto the end of a list. They're often the last patient. They're often seen by the surgeon and anaesthetist, sometimes on the day of surgery. So that patient gets the best outcome if they're in a system. And that's been my observation of robotic surgery. And then to tie it back, and it's the same for laparoscopic surgery, to tie it back, I think patients in the system get the best outcome, and that leads to the lowest sort of carbon expenditure.
And I agree with that. So I'm in a trust where we initially had 2 platforms that came in at the same time across 2 different hospitals. So we were a robotic naive site, adopted our first 2 systems. It was before my time. And then we've just had a second phase. And our second phase, where we've expanded, has been much smoother. And that's because we've learnt the lessons from the first implementation, but we've adopted a system-wide approach. And it's the system-wide approach that allows operational efficiency and actually allows sustainability in your program from all the facets that I've already mentioned. You can't just put a piece of technology into a theatre and expect everybody to be able to use it and for it to be working and for it to be efficient. You have to change the process along the whole pathway and take everybody with you, because not everybody is going to be an early adopter. Some people are going to find that technology difficult to embrace for whatever reason, and it's understanding that from the beginning and addressing that. So there's a piece of implementation work that needs to be done before a robot is implemented into a clinical system.
Let's take that question, then Mark, you can answer it, whatever it is.
I want to go back to your thoughts, if that's okay. I'm Tarni Netkonen. I'm a urological surgeon in South London, and I'm also a BAUS trustee, the British Association of Urological Surgeons, and I'm sustainability lead. My question to each of you really is, I've got a meeting with industry, so our industry partners in January, to talk about collaboration with sort of sustainability thoughts. What should I be asking our industry partners to get them really thinking about what we've all just been talking about?
And by your industry partners, you mean? Is this generally in surgery or specifically in robotics? Or?
So surgery, robotics, across the board. Anyone who's sponsoring our conferences have been invited.
I mean, I think the first thing is, in terms of sustainability for the NHS, is price. And so you've got to find out what the price of what you're acquiring is. And that goes far beyond just the price of a robot. It's the training. How long does the training take? How efficient is the training? How quickly does a person get to proficiency on the new system? What is the cost of the system? What other costs have to be sustained in and around your hospital? So by the purchase of a particular piece of equipment, do you have to change your reprocessing plant? Do you have to do building alterations in your theatres? You've got to keep an eye on it. Does it genuinely increase throughput? If not, how can you get it to improve throughput? And then finally, what are your recurring costs? What are the costs in the instruments and so on? Because a lot of medical device systems work on a razor blade phenomenon where the capex is relatively small, but the operational expense is exceedingly high. So you need the whole chain there. So as Dina said earlier, you need people to be educated about what's going on. And we do see that with charities buying pieces of equipment and then the hospital having to sustain enormous extra costs which are paid for by the NHS. So that does need a bit of transparency.
I think to add to that, I would ask them what their greener practices are. I think that's probably the one that's going to keep them accountable. Some of what Mark has said is very important, but is dependent a little bit on the organisation that implements the robot, the proficiency of the surgeon, etc. But actually, what is the company doing in terms of their sustainability policy? Do they have one? Do they have a sustainability lead? What greener policies and practices do they implement? And then that will allow you to work out, you know, have you got a sponsor who is green or active towards achieving net zero? And I think that's probably the way to do it. Have you done that for greener surgery? Have you asked your industry sponsors what their green practices are?
Well, okay. I think it's a good question. So, honestly, not directly, no. But the people who have come and exhibited here are all those who are interested in the topic and all those who have already made inroads to it. There's this whole group of other industry partners and other who won't come to this or anything like this because they're just not interested in the topic. And the other thing I'll add to that is one thing I think as we go forward into the future are the conflicts of interest. I think you have to get the conflicts of interest stuff. We will all, as a community of surgeons, anaesthetists and others, need to get that side of the conversation right as well.
Yeah, I mean, just to support that point, Neil, for one of my sins in life, I'm one of the world authorities on implantable plastics and wrote papers in 1996 suggesting that the vaginal mesh was going to turn into a scandal, partly because there was a scandal in the 60s in the UK with the same thing. And the research hadn't been done, but when the final findings were found into the commission to look at vaginal mesh, the major problem was that women who didn't need mesh or have it implanted by people who weren't properly trained, who were paid by the companies that sold it. And that is a pressure that we have to get rid of in medicine. And both companies and individuals should all declare both what they get and how much. And companies like ours are quite willing to declare what we pay people at a fair market rate. But I think that is creating a distortion in all sorts of areas of medicine and surgery, and that is not sustainable.
If I can. Hi. Talking in sort of conflicts of interest, obviously with the NHS aiming for net zero by 2040, but also being an organisation that has significant financial pressure, particularly with sort of reuse, circular economy, there's always that conflict of an initial financial outlay to then reap the benefits later on. Looking at a poster that's out in the hall at the moment, there's talk of a reusable tourniquet, for example, that costs, I think, from the poster about £200 and 1,200 device cycles to reap that benefit and become cost effective, if I'm not misquoting that poster. Do you think there's any sort of scope for some kind of green best practice tariff to encourage people to make that initial financial outlay, similar to how neck or femur fractures, for example, need to have certain aspects ticked to get maximum financial benefit? Do you think trusts would be encouraged if there was some kind of financial reward for adopting things that would align with NHS green policy? Sorry for the wordy question.
I think best practice tariffs are always very good at motivating trusts and clinicians because, you know, it's all about scales of economy. I think James made a really good point earlier that we have to be mindful that the best practice around carbon makes we still maintain our clinical outcomes, and so we have to make sure that there's parity between the two. So I think for the sake of introducing a best practice tariff, it has to be clinically effective as well, or without any adverse clinical harm. And then it's not a bad thought, and it's probably a good way of lobbying the NHS to adopt greener practice. What do you think? Any experience?
Well, I think a conference like this is a good idea because this is where people can share how they can improve and how they can get better sustainability. I was very struck by meeting the chief executive of the Cleveland Clinic in America, where he called all these surgeons in and said to him, "You've all got too many instruments in your instrument boxes, so you can have 30, and all of you have to have the same 30. And they have saved thousands and thousands of dollars in reducing reprocessing costs. We've all got too many bloody instruments and the things, you only need about 5. So in my program with the robot, we think very carefully about adding additional instrumentation just for the sake of it. And we won't just go on a whim with one person. People need a bit more focus, and so it's at every aspect of your surgical practice you've got to be saving money.
I think there's something to be said about spend to save as well. So we certainly have that philosophy in Manchester, where we are happy to put out capital costs that will save us money in the longer run. So I can give you a very good example of that. So our colorectal robotic length of stay has gone down from sort of 6 days, which is the national average, to 3 days, and we're now going to roll out a 24-hour colectomy programme. So that is a huge cost saving to our trust in terms of bed days, in terms of cancer performance, but actually it claws back some of the capital costs that we might have invested in our robotic programme, including in the training, not just of the surgeons, but theatre staff, the repurposing of some theatres, etc. And so sometimes I think perhaps the NHS has to change its mindset and how it approaches things financially. And if you accept the upfront costs, the longer term costs will save themselves. And it's about how you think about health economics, essentially. You know, invest in something that's good quality, you will save the money in the longer run.
And also, when you learn a lot when you convert from being an academic to being a business person, but one of the areas that there's enormous waste in health is moving people around the world to go to demos, to conferences, etc. And that doesn't need to be looked at. So with our training, we no longer train on porcine, and we no longer train on cadavers. We train on plastic mannequins. And I've got proof that training on that is equivalent to training on the other forms. And that means then you don't have to fly people for their training to a different city. You don't have to hire hotels. You don't have the people on aeroplanes. You can rather take the robot to them and deliver it to them on site. So it's every single aspect of the program needs to be looked at in order to deliver sustainability.
So if I've understood that rightly, to again reframe this, and I'll ask those in the audience who might wish to answer this as well. So the robotic operation is going to be a carbon-heavy operation at that point in time. And I don't think we can get around that. So I think we change the conversation from how do we make that carbon neutral, because I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think the government want us to have that part of the conversation. How do we change robotic surgery into the most sustainable operation possible? So I guess from your different perspective, Mark, you've been talking about it, maybe you can re-summarise, but Dina, from your clinical perspective, how do you turn that into the lowest, what have you done to turn that into the lowest carbon event possible?
Yeah, so good question. What have we done? So we've done a few things. I think once you get over your learning curve, you become operationally more efficient, so your times reduce. You also tend to be less reliant on having 6 different instruments, and you're a bit more conscious about the costs of the instruments that you're using, but also you don't need to utilise every single instrument for every single operation. You're a bit smarter in terms of how you schedule your operating theatre, and you're certainly smarter in using digital adjuncts. And one of the great things about both robotic platforms that I use is that you get a lot of digital data to sort of tell you what you've done, how many instruments you've exchanged, how long has that taken you. And all of those things allow you to have a much more efficient workforce. We've put a lot of time and energy into our workforce to create those operational efficiencies to try and reduce carbon. We found a significant reduction in our length of stay and a reduction in our complication rates, which means that more broadly speaking, across the lifespan of a patient's journey, we're saving carbon at the different touch points rather just in theatre. And then I think that there's a lot to be said about innovation in robotic surgery, and what I would love to see is actually an increase in the lifespans of the instruments. I would like to see more carbon-conscious instruments developed, and I would like industry to bring that carbon consciousness into the innovation at the time of delivery, design, bench side, and then see that into the bedside. So I think as clinicians that's what we can do: faster, efficient, smarter. But actually we're very reliant on the technology that is given to us, and so we have to have those open conversations with industry.
I mean, one of the great shames is that I've just finished a paper with the LSE on colorectal surgery, and looking at 258,000 patients between 2007 and 2019. And as you see the rate of open surgery going down and the rate of minimal access going up, a mirror image of the complications going down occurs. However, in America, the, inverted commas, most sophisticated healthcare system in the world, only about 18% of people are getting robotics, but even worse than that, only 40% of people get minimal access surgery, and the majority of people are still getting open surgery in the US. And there was a very good paper by the new FDA lead, Marty Makary, demonstrating just that. So one of our aims has got to be to get people off open surgery and onto minimal access, either handheld or robotic. And maybe that's where robotics will help, to help convert people who struggle with minimal access.
We've got a couple, we'll start and then we'll work back. Oh no, you've got the mic, haven't you? Yes, please start.
I have, sorry, I'm trying to wait patiently, but just going back to one of your points earlier, Dina, on understanding industry's footprint and what we're doing around sustainability. Clinical teams, and Simon, I'm sure you can attest to this, but there's the NHS Evergreen platform. So that is an easy way to get some really high-level data on any supplier that's in the NHS, because we have to comply with that. So there are a number of laws and regulations that we have to comply with, even to trade with the NHS. And so you could find out some of those top-level pieces, and then you can have a more informed conversation with us as industry, and that helps us then sort of drive the conversation forward. But it was just for anybody that's not aware of that. And then I think I'm talking about that adoption and scalability of robotics, because I head up the sustainability department for Medtronic, but that there is this precipice, right, of not understanding where the outcome benefits are from robotics, but actually that scalability is going to have that efficiency benefit in a hospital. Do you see the training need to change for the workforce, essentially? Would you build those high-performance teams for robotics, but then you'll still have some procedures that are done minimally invasive? And is there, we're talking system level here, change and transformation. How do we build that into the training and specialization? And how can industry support with that?
Yeah, so lots to unpack in that. So, so thank you, first of all, for pointing out the Evergreen platform. So that's exactly the sort of thing that clinicians need to know, because actually all I get told, for example, when I'm either faced with any new technology, it's the best thing, this is the new tech, this is how much it costs, and our small trial showed a X% benefit, but nobody tells me about the carbon bit of it, or the broader impact of it. So that's the first thing. So there definitely is an education piece. The second thing about where we'll be in the future. So Mark makes a really interesting point. 15% of surgery globally is robotic. The penetrance is tiny, so just saying that the carbon gains made from robotic surgery is going to change everything for surgery is not correct. How do we train the future workforce? I think we train them in a really agile, responsive way, because it's changing all the time. So, I've been a consultant for 4 years, and the robotic landscape has changed enormously. I know it doesn't always feel like it, but there are new platforms coming to the market. There are, every day you hear, if you go on LinkedIn, CMR's got a new approval, or, there's somebody that's got new regulatory approval, there's a new system to the market. And so how do we, as a clinical community, navigate that landscape? Well, with a lot of difficulty. And so we need to understand, should we be doing everything robotically, like the 10-year plan wants us to do, 9 out of 10 operations, which means that the inguinal hernias will have to be part of that. So should all laparoscopic inguinal hernias become robotic? Maybe. But what does that have in terms of cost? Well, that's very expensive. What does that impact have in terms of carbon? Well, that's very expensive at an individual level. But if we create a hub that is completely robotic, that is digitized, that is carbon effective and carbon conscious, then that is a very different story. And some of that is quite difficult to unpack. How are we going to change the NHS? And I suspect that's probably where we need to start. Does everybody need to be a robotic surgeon? Maybe, maybe not. Do we all need to think about carbon? Yes, but what is our responsibility? Does every operation have to be minimally invasive? I don't know. And I don't know the answers to all your questions.
So dare I say it, I think that's what we would normally call evidence-based medicine, and I fear that where industry starts to dominate, evidence-based medicine can fall away to profit. And one looks in my field in gynecology, they did a prospective randomized controlled trial between open surgery and laparoscopic surgery for early stage cervical cancer, and found superior clinical outcomes and survival in the open cases. And I don't think we're doing enough of that. The NHS has determined that all the cases are going to be done robotically when they haven't even finished the NICE assessment into the evidence, and there was a remarkable lack of evidence in any of the companies when it was done, the EVA. So I'm working with a group of academics internationally to try and work out a way forward for us, because academia is not exactly popular anymore, and there's a lack of recruitment, and a lot of academics are already over 50. And you don't want a situation where industry produces the only evidence and dominates.
So we're not over 50. In fact, I'm still only 25, and Anil is only a year older than I am. But there's an interesting point to be made here. The acceleration of technology is going to overtake adoption has overtaken evidence. Adoption implementation is already here. The fact that NHSE is now just catching up saying, okay, robotics is here, robotics is gaining pace, and what it has done is created inequity, and what the NHS is doing is trying to reduce that inequity by saying, okay, 9 out of 10 will have to be robotics, whether the evidence is there or not. So what we need to do really is leverage industry to engage with us much, much sooner, right at the start of implementation, so that we can have joint implementation and evidence generation, rather than what we're doing now, which is playing catch-up.
Just before we've got 2 questions. If we'll take those. How many anaesthetists in the room? Hands up. So a fair number. And I guess just to add another flavour to this conversation, that I'm blessed. I've now got a regular anaesthetist and have done for a year now. And so the basics of all this are still really important. And when we started 3 years ago, I do remind myself and everyone that we were in the phase of only open what you need. Prepare before the case, have the discussions. The Royal College do a green surgery checklist, not all of which is applicable to every case, but you can work through it. And so now with my regular anaesthetist, we do work through this stuff. We make sure that stuff is opened appropriately. We have done the basics so in our scrub room with Vicky, who you heard from earlier on waste management, we now have a black bin bag, so all that stuff opened in our little prep, in our scrub room, where we wash our hands. That stuff goes into a black bin bag. It was all going into an orange bin bag. So we have worked on the basics, and maintaining those basics requires more work, by the way, or it all slips away. So underpinning all of this innovation, I think, is get the basics right and having those conversations. Do you want to jump in?
Yeah, thanks. Rachel Coates from Sunderland. I'm a colorectal surgeon. So my question is a bit uncomfortable, but are we starting this conversation at the right place in the pathway? So I think Mark touched on it earlier, but we're making decisions about whether to operate or not, and that's not necessarily applicable to cancer surgery, but for benign operations, we really don't have the data for the carbon pathway for these patients. So if we compare this to value-based healthcare, where we can see the financial trends in a patient pathway over the longevity of that condition, we don't operate or we don't make decisions based on the carbon pathway of that patient either, and that doesn't become part of our conversation with the patient. So I think there's quite a lot of work to be done in the earlier stages, and maybe a reassessment of our own decision making rather than starting it at the carbon base of the actual operating theatre itself.
Yeah, and as we heard earlier in the last session, our approach from a research point of view in carbon modelling has evolved. No longer are we trying to get the carbon footprint of each individual swab, for example, because we sort of know that, and we've had a PhD fellow on it, we've got a lecturer on it, we've got carbon experts in the audience. So now we can take a lot more assumptions and build models on that. So maybe that's what would you start with? What procedure would you start with? In that, he's mentioned benign colorectal surgery.
More difficult, isn't it, for general surgery? But I think for orthopaedics, and there's certain operations where there's a defined advantage to proceeding with that operation, and there's some where there's more perceived advantages of proceeding with the operation. So I think you can't start it with cancer, can you? But it needs to be a benign operation that patients essentially are given an option as to whether to proceed or not.
Yeah, okay. Again, we had another question there.
I think it's also actually in addition to, there was a question about how do you make robotic surgery viable in terms of the trust actually adapting it, given the cost and given the capital outlay that's required. But I think the way it's presented is that we need to take into account the type of technology that we're bringing in. Is that technology actually, the embodied carbon of it is low, the operational carbon of it is low, and then at the same time, looking at what you have in terms of your energy supply. Is your energy supply zero emissions? That makes a difference in terms of the cost. Same way that, are you actually, as part of the process, are you switching from single use to probably remanufactured devices or reusable devices? So there are a lot of things that you need to actually take into consideration to make it, one, the double materiality, which is financially viable or sustainable for the trust, and at the same time, it delivers the environmental gains or benefits and doesn't sacrifice the patient experience and outcomes. So those are the things that needs to be looked at.
Yeah, so you make some really valid points there. So from a trust perspective, when you implement a robotic system, it's all about utilization. Okay, so the more you, and there's good evidence to show that the more you utilize the system, the cheaper it gets, so the cost per case goes down. And that's why you're seeing a lot of what I would call, you know, low complexity, high volume procedures being done robotically. So cholecystectomy or inguinal hernias, they're being added on, or appendicectomy being added on to big resectional lists to try and drive that utilization and productivity. The second thing is, for those of you that are interested, we had an editorial in our Impact Journal, special edition for robotic surgery, that looked at making robotic surgery more sustainable. And what was really interesting is it's not electricity that causes that around the instruments, it's the more packaging, those are where we get the more carbon costs. And so I think, again, we have to look to industry to say, how can you bring in innovation and help us improve the carbon load of robotic surgery beyond just productivity and utilization? How do you make the other half of that more sustainable for us?
Yeah, there does have to be a commitment to value-based medicine, and with my company from the outset, I said I wanted to prove that you could build and run a profitable company, but sustainably as well. Otherwise, we've got no world left.
So we've got a question there. If we've got a microphone, one there and then one in the middle. I'll get it to you afterwards. So we've got a couple of questions. So we've got about 4 minutes left before we have to be wrapping up.
And this is probably a topic in itself, but I'm a sustainability lead at a trust, so obviously I'm always in favour of reusables. One of the things I'm increasingly seeing is when you go to, and we're lucky enough to have an in-house CSSD, and not all places do, and I think we're increasingly talking about the adoption of reusables, the need to decontaminate. I think what perhaps is missing from this conversation, and not necessarily the right thing to ask, but perhaps is, how do we deal with that as an issue? I've approached my CSSD about introducing some reusable items, and often I'm hit with we don't have capacity, we can't do that. So if we're talking about introducing these items, there needs to be a systematic review of the capacity, which at the moment we don't have because 10 years ago, 20 years ago, all these were shut down. I think what I'm increasingly worried about is we're telling industry, make this reusable for us, but at the same time, do we actually have the capacity to either clean it ourselves or send it elsewhere to be decontaminated?
Yeah, so you make a really valid point. So, like I said, we've just had a big expansion in our robotic program. So when we made that expansion, we went and spoke to all of our stakeholders, which includes, you know, sterilisation services, etc., about how we are going to increase demand and capacity. You can't do it without all of those key people, so you can't bring in a system that is more sustainable using more reusable instruments without all the other allied stakeholders. And so that has to be a system level change before you implement a robot. You know, you cannot bring in a robot just based on its clinical valuation. It has to have all the other people around the table right at the start. So we had our engineers go into theatre to make sure we had enough plugs to plug in our robot. And you have to go down to all that nitty-gritty. And I was just there as a surgeon thinking, oh, right, okay, you have to do that. So it's understanding that system level change to make it effective. And without understanding that system level change, actually carbon gains, you're not going to be able to get any carbon gains.
There are some robots that only need one plug.
Yes, I'm aware. I'm looking for the one that is going to be solar powered, and I'm going to be able to operate on 6G sat from a beach somewhere, and my patient's going to be in Birmingham.
Dare I say there's something missing then from that 10-year strategy talk about robotics that is actually what allows for these things to happen. It feels like there's this big drive, oh, robotics is fantastic, oh, we can introduce reusables, this is all wonderful, but actually what facilitates that hasn't been considered. There needs to be some kind of like systematic review of that capacity to allow for these things to happen.
Yeah, next.
Okay, I've got two follow-ups basically on the points just made. Like one, in terms of sustainability, I think circularity, design for durability, how can these be remanufactured and refurbished so the components can be recirculated? As I understand, industry's not quite there yet. If the whole of the NHS switched to refurbishable items, can they all be done? Are there plans for that? And then the second question, which might be out of scope for today, but in terms of robotics, I also think vulnerability to cybersecurity threats. What is the thinking around that? How can we ensure that we're protected?
Let's do those. Those are good questions. So, firstly, about the repurposing and increasing the lifespan of the devices we're using, and secondly, about cybersecurity of what we're doing.
So repurposing is extremely important. I have a whole division that their simple function is to give as many lives onto the system as humanly possible. And that's not such an easy thing to do. My instruments have only got a 5mm diameter, but we have teams that work. So at the beginning we were 3 lives in instrument, and we've now got a whole pile of instruments that are up to 20 lives. And that's also got to make sure we don't play games with it and put chips on that limit the life of instruments, which could possibly still be used more and more repetitively. Because I think you have to have a complete value-based approach. Otherwise, we don't have sustainable health services, you know, in the high-income countries. What is the second one?
Cyber.
Yeah, cybersecurity. I won't tell you what I've had to spend on cybersecurity to make absolutely certain, and it's a nightmare. But if the minute you have remote, and you have to have the cybersecurity in there, the hackers are at it already. And they have shut down 1 or 2 hospitals in Dubai recently with cyber attacks. So I'm afraid that's a new reality in the world. And your cybersecurity is only as strong as the budget of the other person trying to hack in.
And I think it's a legitimate concern. So it wasn't a concern that I had maybe 4 years ago, but now as we're getting more software-driven robotics and we're starting to see 5G and 6G being used, well, primarily 5G, for trying to do remote surgery, I think it's a really interesting touch point that's going to need addressing. We're going to have a digital surgery journal special edition out in June, and that will definitely touch upon cybersecurity, so watch this space.
We've got a bit of business to do, so can you guys come up and just get ready? We've got a short abstract presentation, you stay where you are. But I am pulling out themes for next year. I'm pulling around themes of, there's an industry theme, there is a clinical outcomes theme, there's system and implementation, there's cybersecurity theme. I think, you know, the anaesthetic representation is very high, and that's sort of a cross-cutting theme, I think, across all of this. I'm trying to work out everyone's specialties as they ask questions. I don't think we'll go there yet. But just before we finish this session, then we've got a short coffee break. We have another abstract presentation. It's sort of a double act. You get yourselves ready.
Yeah. We need to get it on the system.
Okay, so we'll get that slide up. Whilst we're doing that, could the trials unit team put their hands up, please? So there's Divya, Izzy, Rachel and Fliss. So they're from our trials unit. So if anyone wants to talk to them about Noble or Dragon before they go today, please grab them over the next coffee break. Ready?
Yeah.
Double act, off you go.
All right. Thank you so much. Here, myself and Peter will be presenting our work on developing circular economy for single-use medical plastic. So I think Mark, and there was one question about reusable. So we will be showing like what we are trying to do here. I won't be talking about this much because Mark has already covered like how the current in the hospital waste is being treated, what could be done. So I'll just talk about why, because when we try to like look at single-use medical plastic, we can have a circular economy. It will increase the whole efficiency of the whole process and, of course, environmental benefits. So I'll just quickly go through the process which we are doing. So currently, like, we are trying to do something where hospital waste come in. It goes through like a LiDAR computer vision system. And then by using a conveyor belt system, we are trying to have a robotic gripper, something like this. So this is the whole process that we are trying to implement to make single-use plastic into a reusable thing. So that was the hardware bit. The software that works behind is like we are, since the technology is mature enough so that we can use all these in a simple test case. So I'll hand over to Peter, and then he will be talking about a use case here.
Right, so I think one thing that's been a running theme today is that it would be great if we had a system in place for taking our single-use plastics, which maybe have been designed to be single-use, but some of them are being contaminated and then thrown away when they do actually have a lot more life left in them if we can make them sterile again. So what we're doing here is a bit of a case study on some very simple medical devices that I'm sure a lot of you have a lot of experience with using, these universal containers, these 30 ml Falcon tubes. We've got a polypropylene tube on the left and a polystyrene one on the right here. And what we're seeing is that annually, these are being used, we make them from fossil fuels, we transport them everywhere, we fill them up once, and then we put them in the bin and then we burn them. And that's equating to about 11,000 tons of CO2 annually. So it'd be great if we could implement something circular to prevent that. So in terms of the sterilisation choices available to us, you've got your main three, which are your thermal, your chemical, or your radiation sterilisation. So if you've got some polymers which are a little bit more sensitive to heat and might deform, that's going to be unsuitable for those. And in terms of the chemical processing, then you need to then make sure you're not still got these chemicals on the actual medical devices. So we've opted for some radiation sterilisation, specifically gamma sterilisation, because it's highly penetrative. And at the point of use, it has a low carbon footprint. We're not needing to produce any heat or use any chemicals, which are then being vented to the atmosphere potentially. So some big challenges in this in terms of the actual tube. So I've got one up here, it's been irradiated 20 times. And what you can see is it is discolouring. So there is some degradation that goes through. So rather than just re-sterilising and reusing these tubes infinitely, how do we define the point that is the end of life? And more importantly, how do we quickly, reliably, and very sensitively be able to identify when a tube has reached that point in its life and then extract it from its cycle so it's not being put back into clinical use when it's actually not suitable anymore. So we've generated ourselves a bit of a passive dosimetry approach to that. So we're analysing the material's properties and monitoring that to build ourselves a bit of a calibration curve as it goes through. So we know after each cycle of irradiation what the properties of these tubes are. So are they losing any of their mechanical properties? If you try and stick them in a centrifuge, are they going to be liable to break? Are they going to be leaking? So in terms of preventing that, we've made some software to try and process these things very quickly using colorimetry. So using that yellowing of the tube to say, okay, is there now a threshold where these things are now too degraded to be useful for us and we can take them out safely and accurately at that stage in life? So that's all about tracking these things as they go through. And then into the robotic workflow that Shiv was talking about previously, that will then be the brains that then powers that so that we can safely take out items, say if they're on a conveyor belt going through, and extract them from the process that way, and they can be recycled in other ways sustainably, hopefully. So we've got a lot of people going in on this project. It's a bit of an interdisciplinary task. So Shiv and I are working on what happens to these devices at the end of their life. We've got another aspect of the team which is analysing what polymers that we're using and trying to create new items from sustainable sources. And then we have the whole sociology side of the item, which is trying to gauge what people's thoughts and feelings are about using these reusable tubes. So if you want to participate in any surveys, I'd urge you to speak to Nathaniel, who'd be very keen for any input you might have. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions.
You guys take a seat, and Laura's going to launch the Delphi, and then we'll have a final comment from you, from both of you to summarise. But first, can we get a question from Simon, please, if someone can get it? He's right behind you. But before you start, that's the second time we've had thoughts and feelings today, so that's lovely to hear.
Thanks to a pair of you for that. I've been extremely fortunate in supporting the university for a long time, and we, Dimitri, were trying to get grant funding to run the plastic circular economy for the NHS. I've got the biggest lab at the end of the pathway here that I can put a waste segregation. You can have all my sample tubes if we want to partner and move that forward, because I'll be very interested in taking that forward. And I'll walk it down myself if you want, because it'll save me a lot of money. So definitely.
I'd say buy him a coffee, but the coffee's going to be served after, yeah. So take it.
But it'd be good to connect, guys, so thank you.
Thank you for that offer. So over to you.
Hi, everyone, again. So what interesting discussion that we've been having today, and hopefully this discussion will continue, especially when we consider how robotic surgery is being adopted worldwide across multiple specialties. But I think, as it's clear, there are still a lot of questions around it that remain regarding what's the current practice, how do we report a learning curve, how are people being trained, and even around ergonomics and obviously sustainability, as we saw very clearly in this panel. So the aim of this work is to not only understand current practices, but hopefully get some opinions and answers on these key issues for robotic surgery. So if you would please just scan the QR code, you'll find the link to the first round of this Delphi. As I said before, it's open to a number of roles within the wider surgical team, and we'll be granting collaborative authorship to those who complete the first 2 rounds. And just very quickly, we'll also have a learning curves working group to help us create a framework on how to report learning curves for robotic surgery. So if you're interested, make sure to leave your email. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them in one of the breaks. Thank you.
Thank you. So that'll stay up. And can we have a final comment from both of you?
I think it's great to see so many people interested in creating a sustainable system. As I said earlier as well, lots of these have been seen as solutions to a problem. In some ways, we must try and take the problem away as well by having more sustainable packaging and more reusable instrumentation and so on. We can't go on having all these bits of plastic and so on wrapping around single-use instruments.
Yes, so I would echo Mark's comments, and I think the things I would say is that robotics and digital technology is a system-wide approach, and that's certainly the approach that we should take. I think sustainability is a multifaceted phenomenon, and I think that the key here is collaboration, so collaboration across all the stakeholders, from industry all the way through to clinical teams, and don't forget the important group in the middle, which are the operational groups that are going to help you implement that system. But yeah, congratulations on a really great conference, Anil and team. And
Neil, can I just make one comment as well? Poor surgical provision leads to economic stagnation in many countries around the world. So we have a real responsibility to improve surgery for people, especially in low and middle income countries.
Yeah, and Dimitri, who is our public health surgical epidemiologist, has made that argument that surgery is vital to economic productivity. Okay, I'd like to thank you both very much. We've got a quick coffee, so if you can grab a coffee and be back here in 20 minutes, that would be great for the final session. Thank you.
yeah, if you take a seat, Joe and I will get things rolling.
Brilliant, thank you.
Hello everybody, welcome to the closing session of the Research for Greener Surgery conference. As you may have noticed, this morning was looking back at what we've done and planned and the ongoing work, and this afternoon we focus more on potential emerging themes in sustainability, and the one for the last hour of your day is around AI. So it's called Carbon Bigfoot, Is Frontier AI a Friend or Foe? And here with us to unpick this topic, we've got Joe. Joe, do you want to introduce yourself?
So hi everyone, good afternoon. I'm Joe Alderman. I happen to be an anaesthetist and intensivist, but don't hold that against me. I think maybe a bit more relevant to today, I'm a postdoctoral researcher in medical artificial intelligence, particularly around research, policy, regulation and governance of these powerful, interesting technologies.
Thank you very much, Joe. And we've got Tom.
Hi everyone, I'm Tom Hardy. I'm a senior fellow at the Health Foundation, which is a UK-based charity working to improve the health of the nation.
Thank you very much. And Vicky.
Hello, for those who are here this morning, you've heard me say this once already, my name is Vicky Marshman. I am a sustainability lead at University Hospitals Birmingham, just for, I think, relevant to this conversation, and that's a role I undertake a day a week, and the other 4 days a week I work in a genomic medicine service, which I may draw on in terms of some of the examples today.
Please do. Thank you, Vicky. And then online, zooming in from the UAE, he did offer to fly back, but I said that would be bad optics for the conference, is David Rouaf, who is a leader of VitVio, which is an AI integrated tool within operating theatres, a little bit similar to Proximy, if people are aware of that. So we've got a policy voice, we've got a provider voice, we've got an industry voice, and we're looking forward to an animated discussion. So I'll hand over to Joe to open proceedings.
Thanks, James. So I'm going to guide us gracefully into this session with a couple of stories. I'll just flag straight up that these stories are made up, but I hope that for those of us with clinical backgrounds, these stories will help us to reflect on the trade-offs and opportunities when we think about how AI and digital health can fit into the modern NHS. So first up, let's meet David. So David's 52, and over the last few weeks, he's noticed blood in his stool. But David works 6 days a week as a self-employed plumber. He's normally out the house by 7 a.m. to grab supplies, and he's rarely home before 7 at night. He's tried to call his GP, but the 8 a.m. phone rush is completely impossible when you're driving a van. And by midday, when he has his lunch, well, all the non-urgent slots are gone. He's tried the NHS app, but he gets caught in a continuous loop of filling out forms and never getting a call back. NHS 111 have suggested an urgent care centre, but that's a 30-minute drive in the wrong direction. And he's heard the horror stories from his mates about 7-hour waits in plastic chairs. So he doesn't go. Time passes. 2 months later, he wakes up in the middle of the night, violently ill. His wife calls an ambulance, and he's admitted as an emergency with large bowel obstruction. An MRI confirms advanced rectal cancer. And the NDT paints a bleak picture for his recovery. If we look at the CO2 ledger here, David's outcome is poor, which is a tragedy obviously for him, but it's also an environmental failure. He now requires an ambulance, emergency surgery, weeks of inpatient stay, heating, lighting, single-use plastics, and intensive nursing and clinical care. And that's what we can call failure demand, the extra work the health service does because it just didn't do something right the first time. In this case, it was the failure to enable prompt detection and early treatment of David's cancer. It's the highest possible carbon cost for the least possible health gain. It's a deeply inefficient use of our time and our resources. Now, it could be tempting to blame David for this, to say that he should have taken more steps to prioritise his health. And maybe that's true to some extent. But it misses the reality that many of the patients we care for have busy, complicated lives, and the systems that we design need to be able to minimise barriers, both because it's good for patients and because it's a more efficient way to provide care overall. But now let's meet Sharon. Sharon is 47, and she's noticed a lump in her breast. She's on a 0-hours contract, so if she doesn't work, she doesn't get paid. She needs this to be efficient. Now, her GP uses video triage, and she gets an appointment the very next day. And she can describe her symptoms from her living room.
She doesn't need to travel to the GP practice. She doesn't need to have a long wait in a stuffy, crowded waiting room during flu season. And the 10-minute appointment doesn't therefore eat up half her day. The GP books an urgent clinic slot immediately, and Sharon opens the NHS app and picks a time that suits her, meaning that she doesn't lose any income. Before the clinic, she heads to an out-of-town diagnostic hub for a mammogram. It's an easy bus ride, much more straightforward with less traffic than the town centre, where the hospital's based. And this is where it gets really interesting. An AI algorithm flags her scan for urgent reporting, meaning that the radiologist looked at the scan and given a final report before her clinic appointment in 2 days' time. Everything's lined up. Ultrasound, biopsy, surgery scheduled. She uses the hospital's large language model-powered chatbot service to prep for her appointment, asking the questions she was too afraid to ask a real person, meaning that she can more meaningfully engage with a consent discussion when the time comes to speak to her surgeon. Now, she opts to have a mastectomy, which is the best thing for her wishes, her priorities, and her care needs. She wants to prioritize minimizing recurrence over everything else. And she goes on to make a full recovery. Now, you might think that this scenario is energy intensive. After all, we've used data centers, cloud-based AI processing, large language models. All of these consume electricity. However, compared to David's scenario, this could be considered to be a green victory. We've avoided the ambulance ride, the emergency admission, we've had scheduled, planned care, and we haven't had the long-term, resource-heavy treatment of advanced disease. Whilst AI and digital systems undeniably consume substantial amounts of electricity, much of that energy draw can be planned for and is predictable, and that means that countries can plan their energy infrastructure in such a way that it efficiently powers these systems using renewables. The digital carbon cost of AI could be a small fraction of the physical carbon cost of a health system in perpetual crisis.
Thank you very much, Joe, for a very engaging start to the session and the idea of trade-offs in this carbon footprinting process. So, because I like Mentimeter, sorry, it's another Mentimeter, but if everyone could scan this QR code and go online, we're going to do a little bit of myth-busting for you in the room. So this was driven by a frontier AI and large language model-based prioritization that we conducted across our global health network last year, where we prioritized the opportunities for AI within the clinical space. But in the qualitative free text, there was lots of superfluous criticisms, such as, doesn't every ChatGPT prompt use about 200,000 litres of water? Or isn't it the same to fly to Australia as spending an afternoon on ChatGPT? So we thought we'd unpick some of these uncertainties. I'd give you an idea of ChatGPT being probably the most commonly known and used large language model, what the true carbon impact is. If we could go to the Mentimeter, please, from the back room, that'd be wonderful. Perfect. So I thought I'd ask you just to warm up. Who's using AI tools day to day in your professional life? And there's a fifth of people that never use them, 20% using it in clinical tasks, and 63% in non-clinical tasks. This is interesting. It's a bit less, actually, than when we survey people around the world. About 2/3 of people said that they had used a large language model in their day-to-day clinical work for some sort of query, which is interesting. But you can see that these are very much becoming used by most people. Next question, please. Right, in our first myth-busting, you're all tired from a day of sitting at our lovely Research for Greener Surgery conference. You travel back to your hometown, and you think, oh, what I'm absolutely jonesing for, because I wasn't listening to Professor Hugh Montgomery this morning, is a lovely steak dinner. So you go into town and have a steak dinner. How many queries would you have to send to ChatGPT to equal the CO2 equivalent of one steak dinner? So quite a large portion of people think it's twice as bad to send one ChatGPT query as going for steak dinner, which is interesting. So the answer, in fact, is you'd have to send 5,000 ChatGPT queries to have the CO2 equivalent as going for one steak dinner. And a few people still answering, and a few people still getting it wrong, so there we go. Okay, so we're going to get the theme, right? Okay, then the next question, please. Perfect. Okay, so this is one of my favorite devices. It's a rapidly oscillating blade in theatre, which you can use. If you use it laparoscopically, you can use it open too. But effectively, it's a piece of surgical equipment that's commonly used in most operating theatres. So how many ChatGPT queries would you have to send to use one harmonic scalpel? Occasionally it gets dropped or gets a bit clogged, so we ask for a second one to be opened. What do people think? So a few people are saying one query to ChatGPT. This is probably Anil, just to make things a bit more controversial, but 10 times worse than opening a harmonic scalpel. But most people have got the theme, and yes, it is 1,000 ChatGPT queries would be one use of a harmonic scalpel. So these are decisions that we make, without a second thought in the operating theatre every day. And then our final question, please. Thank you very much. Okay, so according to, honestly, not the highest quality modelling exercise, but a reasonably published modelling exercise, what proportion do we think of the NHS carbon footprint could AI have the opportunity to cut? Where do people think this is? So thankfully, people have listened to Joe's story and don't think it's going to make things worse. A lot of people are very enthusiastic, which I sort of like, but yeah, so I think according to this modelling study, it was about 5 to 6%, so somewhere around the 1 to 5 and 6 to 10 mark. So there's a huge opportunity if you think about the overall carbon cost of the NHS, and it's better for patients, has the opportunity to improve outcomes. So hopefully that's shown you that things are probably not as drastic as you might hear in the news, and there is an opportunity to improve things perhaps through this process. So that's enough of that. If we go back to our slides, please, very much appreciated. So for a policy perspective, I'd now like to invite Tom up to the stage to talk to us about his experience with the Health Foundation and their view on this interesting topic. Thank you, Tom.
Hi everyone. So as James said, just want to spend a bit of time kind of reflecting on the kind of risks and opportunities that AI present for helping us get to a lower carbon NHS. And just very briefly, for anyone who isn't familiar with the Health Foundation, we're an independent charity working to improve the health of the nation, and we do this through a range of in-house research, policy analysis, commissioned research, funding programs, running networks, campaigning, and more. And we're really interested in the potential of technology and AI and how they can support improvement in healthcare, and we've been doing a range of work on this topic. And what I want to do over the next 10 minutes is think about how we can ensure that AI actually supports this shift to lower carbon care, and how we can mitigate the negative impacts and maximize the benefits for our citizens. So our work on AI is driven by a really important aim, which is that we want to see AI deployed and developed responsibly. But what do we actually mean by responsible? So to us, responsible AI is more than just mitigating harm. It means actually ensuring that AI has a positive impact. So to us, responsible AI should benefit people, society, and the planet. So really what this means is that we can't be thinking about AI and not focus very seriously on the environmental impact. So what is the environmental impact of AI, and how might it help or hinder the NHS net zero goal? Kind of building on some of the facts that James was giving you there. And this is something that we've been exploring at the Foundation over the past couple of years, reviewing the academic literature and interviewing expert stakeholders to get their take. And the answer is, it's really not straightforward, and it depends very much on how AI is developed and how it is used, as well as where those things take place. So thinking about the benefits, AI could support the transition to a more sustainable healthcare system if we align it with the principles of low carbon care. So this means using AI to help people live longer in better health and reducing the need for healthcare in the first place. It also means using AI so that when healthcare is needed, that we can reduce the emissions that are produced by it. So some specific examples of benefits that AI could bring include things like improving energy efficiency across the NHS estate. So, for example, optimizing energy usage in hospitals. It could include delivering care remotely or virtual outpatient appointments, touching on that vignette that Joe gave us earlier. So for example, through doing that, reducing travel to resource-intensive settings. It could also include optimizing the use of resources, such as better management of medications to reduce waste. But on the other hand, there are risks that could derail progress towards net zero. So AI could add to healthcare's negative impacts, for example, through increasing energy and water use. It could amplify bias and widening health inequalities, and actually leading to an increase in demand. Nice bit of feedback there. AI could also lead to the wasting of resources. So, for example, where AI's actually targeted to those who won't benefit from it. So, for example, some of you might be familiar with the risk of overdiagnosis and leading to investigations and procedures that aren't actually necessary. So, just digging into the environmental impacts a little bit further, where do these risks emerge? And I think it's really helpful not just to look at the training or the use, but actually the whole life cycle of AI products that takes in their development, use, and disposal of any physical components that are used to create and run that AI. So, just cantering through this, sourcing components. So, to start with, we have hardware production, including the transport and logistics, and all of that generates emissions. There's also the mining for materials and minerals that are used to build the hardware that AI relies on, and these can cause air pollution, biodiversity loss, and also in parts of the world where this mining takes place, people are often working in very poor and dangerous conditions. Then when it comes to developing AI models, so training AI models, particularly large language models like ChatGPT, can be highly energy intensive because they require a lot of computational power. And then data centers where training data is stored generate a lot of heat and require a significant amount of fresh water for cooling. Thinking about the use, using AI models once they're developed can also have quite considerable energy and water demands, and some estimates suggest that using ChatGPT 4 to write a 100-word email uses 500 milliliters of fresh water, and the same amount of energy as charging an iPhone Pro Max 7 times. So this doesn't kind of negate what James was saying earlier. I think it just highlights that the picture looks different according to what you're comparing and what kind of scale you're comparing at as well. And then the other thing to point out is data centers. Data centers are really critical for AI, and as you've probably seen from the news, data centers are being scaled at a rapid rate across the world, and they already use 1.5% of the world's electricity, which is greater than the UK's entire energy demands put together. And then it's also worth just dwelling a moment on the disposing of physical components that are used to build AI. So global e-waste is set to double by 2050, and while it's not the only contributor, AI is part of the story. A lot of e-waste, the majority of it, is either stored or disposed of, and the disposal of e-waste can introduce toxic substances into the environment. So there's quite a lot of negative aspects there, quite a lot of risk, and so the question then is how do we address these negative impacts or mitigate these negative impacts? And there are a number of ways that we can do this. So going back to that beginning of that life cycle again, so when it comes to sourcing components, developers could reuse or recycle existing components. There's also a way that people procuring materials can source them responsibly, and the EU's Critical Raw Materials Act is quite interesting here in trying to improve the supply chain for these components and raw materials. Then when it comes to developing AI models, there is a way of developing models that where the computing requirements are kind of the minimum viable product. They're not they're just the minimum necessary, and not using as much energy as some other larger, more intensive models could use. There's also ways of optimizing training data and switching to renewable energy, and then using sustainable methods for cooling data centers and capturing heat for use elsewhere, for example, heating public spaces. When it comes to using models, there are, again, some principles that we can take to mitigate and reduce the environmental impact. So, for example, only using AI when it's actually needed and beneficial, in line with the principles of low carbon care that I mentioned earlier. Asking questions like, is AI actually needed or necessary to solve the problem that I'm facing? And do the benefits outweigh the environmental costs? There's also steps that we can take to ensure data is used and stored sustainably. For example, refining data sets, compressing data sets, and deleting redundant data. And then when it comes to disposing of components, there's scope to move to a more circular economy for components to help avoid them being discarded in landfill and minimizing new emissions and leaching of toxic chemicals. So we might not be able to eliminate these negative impacts, but there are some steps that can be taken across that life cycle that can reduce some of the impact. So they may be some of the actions, but how do we actually bring those about? How do we get them to happen in practice? And I think policy and strategy is going to be really critical for making some of this stuff happen. The good thing is that we have quite a lot of stuff out there, some of it listed on this slide that's happening already, that can be helpful. So it's obviously really positive to see a renewed commitment to the net zero target in the 10-year plan, which signals that net zero is still important, although I think it was a missed opportunity not to make the connection between the net zero target and the shift from analog to digital, or indeed any of the other three shifts, which could actually be conducive to delivering a lower carbon healthcare system. We've got the NHS supplier roadmap that I'm sure you're all very familiar with, which is kind of ramping up over the next couple of years. So, for example, by 2027, all suppliers will be required to report their targets and their emissions and publish a carbon reduction plan. And then an even more stringent target in 2028, which will require product-level footprint data. And these requirements will all apply to companies that are selling AI into the NHS. We've got the Design for Life program that's led by the Department of Health and Social Care, which is really interesting and sets out a vision for removing single-use medtech products by 2045. And again, that applies to some AI applications. DEFRA and the Government Digital Service have been doing a lot of thinking and developing products to ensure the responsible use of AI in the public sector, some of which is published, some of which is going to land soon. I think it's going to be really relevant and useful for the NHS. And then we've got a whole kind of raft of international principles and recommendations from organisations like the OECD and the World Health Organization that, okay, while not binding, actually provide direction and inspiration that we can draw from. And just to finish, in terms of what more we need in terms of policy and strategy from national bodies, a national strategy for AI in healthcare that aligns with net zero would be really important. I know we have NHS England and the DHSC developing a roadmap right now for AI in healthcare, but it's going to be really important that that aligns with low carbon care and sets out a direction for where and how the NHS should be using AI to maximise the benefits. We could also really do with more high quality evidence to understand the impact of AI at pathway and system level. There's a real dearth of data, and it can be very hard to really understand what the kind of overall costs and benefits are environmentally of AI. And even through our research, we've not been able to identify a huge amount of case studies that look at the impact of AI in a holistic way in healthcare. So we need more evidence and better evaluation. We also need frameworks to support decision making. So, for example, to help decision makers weigh carbon costs with health benefits and understand where the threshold should lie. And then also I think there's an opportunity to build sustainability into the assessment and regulation of AI, and the National Commission on AI regulation that's happening at the moment could be a really good opportunity to build sustainability into AI regulation in healthcare. And some links to our work programs on AI and sustainability that you can find through those QR codes, and we can share those at the end as well.
Wonderful. It's great to hear about some of the risks and the potential problems, but also a big opportunity and the more careful evaluation, including carbon modelling of these technologies moving forwards. Sounds like something that the people in this room could deliver, so I think that sounds really exciting. To our AV team, do we mind now please going to our Zoom link? And you might need to yeah, David, we are now online. Hopefully this works seamlessly. If not, maybe we'll come to Vicky for a comment first, if it's not... Should we wait for a moment? And Vicky, if we could go first. This has been very carefully engineered, but slightly has not worked perfectly. Vicky,
yes, can you hear me?
Oh, hi David, how are you doing? We can indeed hear you. Joe, you...
Oh, fantastic. Great. Do you want me to jump straight in?
Yes, please.
Maybe I'll keep the chat up. So, yeah, there we go. I can see what you're saying in the chat. Great. Okay, let me just share my screen. Oh, I can't share my screen, but I sent the request so that I can. But in the meanwhile, I'll introduce myself. So I'm Dr. David Later-Wolf. I'm an orthopedic surgeon, recovering orthopedic surgical trainee by background, having studied all sorts up to that point. And then about 5 years ago, started working in the innovation space. So actually came up with a couple of interesting innovations and with others, with colleagues. One of which actually went through the clinical entrepreneurship program in its early stages, and it was on that program I actually met a few interesting people, and then started thinking about applying to jobs, and I found one that was very interesting with Innovus Medical, joining very, very early on, helping scale surgical simulation with Innovus Medical and Elliott Street across over 100 countries now. And that process started to learn a lot about product development and commercial activity in the space. And really from there started to build out a bit more of a portfolio career, in that I am chair a company here, the fractional CMO work here and there, and doing a lot of public health work with the academic side of Imperial College and the WHO Collaborative Centre for Public Health Education and Training, and then tying that all back into now what I also have a hat on is in the investment space, so providing a bit of investment analysis and advice to financial advisory firms. So. But at the moment, over the last kind of 2, maybe 3 years, I've been focusing almost 99% of my time on Bitbio. And that's what I've been asked to speak about today. And really this stemmed from about 3 years ago, Thomas, Max and Alex actually approached me when it was just the three, or I think they had one of the engineers, Kostak was with them, saying, hey, look, we've got this idea about putting computer vision AI in the operating room. I said, right, tell me more. So it turned out that Thomas was actually chief of product at iFi, and Peter, when he joined us, he came from chief of product at Standard AI, or Standard Cognition. And these are the two #1 competing companies in the autonomous store space. So what that is I don't know if you've heard of Amazon Go or Amazon Fresh, but they actually didn't use a real AI. It was actually people in a call center watching videos. They're now fine-tuning that, but they didn't have anywhere near as the market as these two. So we're talking about the M&S's, the Aldi's, the Dollar Generals and Walmarts in the US, all the stadiums, like 70 stadiums across the US, the O2 Arena, where there's an area where you can go grab food and things like that, and you leave and it ends up in your bank account. Those are managed by that technology. And you're also at the top there looking, most of them are Forbes 30 under 30, they're very humble about this, but except Thomas, because he was, I think, just over 30 at the time, bless him, and you can see there's some kind of hyperscale startups there like Kiwi.com, etc. Why is this important? Is because I've worked with a lot of clinician-led and clinician founders, and actually it's been a really interesting experience now working with non-clinician founders. So as part of the founding team, joined them, we brought on a huge number of incredible advisors, probably some faces and names you recognize at the bottom there, including more recently Joe Mullings having joined us from the American side. And we have about 150 technical and health advisors that we rotate depending on what we're using them for, whether it's product or commercial and so on and so forth. So what's the main problem that we're tackling? It's that the hospital has the thing called the operating room, the most expensive beating heart in the hospital. Some studies are showing up to $150 a minute, literally. 40% of the costs of the hospital. And one study by Professor Claudia Rosales, one of our advisors, when she was at Michigan State University, she actually showed that she was wasting in that hospital 1.1 million a year per OR, and that's just looking at the OR in its separation to the downstream costs and upstream costs associated with that. So how are we trying to help this? We use cameras and sensors. So we're an agentic ambient sensing company, but a camera or computer vision is our main sensing modality. So we use cameras and sensors, about 8 to 10 cameras to track people, fixtures, fittings, processes, who, what, where, when, and why, basically, and process that with an AI, and that AI then picks up on a particular element along the process chain in the operating theatre. So we use what we call a Lean Six Sigma approach to look at the operation in its entirety from beginning to end. And we see where along that chain can we not only optimize, but automate. And that's where the agent comes in. So the agent can see, all right, well, we've noticed X, Y, and Z. Let's now do something in response to that, whether it's picking up the phone or sending a message and those kind of things. And we're also generating insights. So the idea is to drive efficiency, but further down the line, we're going to be reducing a lot of admin, improved billing. And as you can imagine with this technology, you can do a lot of interesting clinical stuff as well. That's going to be much, much further down the line. You're probably thinking about cameras and privacy, but what we are is no different to a security camera that's already in the OR. Most ORs have security cameras somewhere in the corner, so that the hospital keeps the video, or the servers are on site. The only thing that gets sent off site is essentially the 3D digital twin of that OR, where we can't tell who's who. Faces are blurred on the videos that are saved in the hospital, and they're not even saved for that long. And patient identifiable information is also not saved. So as a result, we're HIPAA compliant, GDPR compliant, we're compliant with NHSD tax, so on and so forth. Here's a little video. Hopefully it plays. And this is a live OR, but not a real patient. It's a mannequin. This is up in Manchester in the Arthrex MIG facilities. Beautiful place if you ever get a chance to go. So partnered with them, and we're tracking essentially what's happening in the live OR, translating that to a 3D space, detecting a stage of surgery there, and then propagating that detection. This is a very old demo that we did over a year ago now. It looks very different to that now. But we propagate that into not just the EHR, but we have an OR manager view within our software where we can see at a glance which operating room is running late, in yellow or purple early. And because we've detected, say that we're 10 minutes from closing, from skin close or skin close about to start, we can then send that information on either via WhatsApp or Pando, whatever it is that you prefer, to the staff that need to know that information, whether it's post-operative care unit to receive the patient, pre-op to prep the next patient, or cleaning crew is usually where the death by 1,000 cuts add up, where there's a delay or a cancellation. They'll come in a little bit later. And it's not just cleaning crew, by the way, things like radiology and C-arm and so on and so forth. There's so many moving parts in that process flow that we can optimize just through like early and on-time communication. And no one had to pick up the phone for that. And so that means that
the staff have a bit more free time. And so in the OR, we have this view and we can see what's going on. I can check that the stages are being detected correctly. I can have a manual override, and I can see my estimated surgery duration. I've had it a lot. You know, you've got the OR manager popping their head in being like, how long left? And honestly, sometimes you just don't know. But now we've got a way to estimate that. And that is going to be based on what we've seen in the past, what we understand, and the processes that we've done during the beginning of the pilot. So the OR is just the beginning, and just stage detection is just the beginning. We're building an AI agentic platform that we can build on, because we can see and hear what's happening in the operating room. We can actually say, hey, Vipview, I've just done a anterolateral incision in the knee and saw grade 4 osteoarthritis, and that injection was 2 grams of KEF. And these kind of bits of information that we can directly say to the trigger word, or we can just ambiently listen, a bit like the WHO checklist, and write all that stuff down. Write an op note, fill out the forms for you, so you don't have to do those things. Do the early stage of coding for you, so that the coding teams will have an easier job later on. That's more important in America, where you really do lose money if the coding's wrong. And some other things, because we can see everything, we can see what was used and what wasn't used. So in orthopedics, we have an very additive process to our trays. You know, you have 4 or 5 trays for, you know, one operation, where you end up using a fraction of those tools. There's one very famous hospital system in the US that did a study on this that we were involved in. And they found that, you know, a huge amount of the trays are literally standing over the trays for hundreds of man hours, and a huge amount of those trays were just not being utilized at all. So we can optimize those trays. That can save downstream logistic costs, CO2, which is one of the biggest things for the NHS at the moment. Ironically, it's not so important in the US, but it's something that we are trying to work really, really hard with our US partners to make sure that that's a really important piece for us, because it's not just about the chemicals used or the shipping that's involved, but it's also about blunting and making those instruments last for a shorter amount of time, which means that we have to order new instruments, and that's just an added cost to the hospital and added waiting times, et cetera, et cetera. Imagine this technology beyond the operating room, you know, pre-op areas, post-op areas, perhaps even the wards, in corridors, and so on and so forth. The idea here is that we want to optimize the entire patient flow, not just in the operating room. And we have partnered with some very interesting companies along the way, including some EHR scheduling companies, some very famous ones. We've got 2 companies there that are very interesting as well. Palantir, obviously, as much as it ethically confuses us all, unfortunately, do a lot of the data processing for AI, AI data processing of patient data. Now, what happens if you try and apply an AI to data that's trash because it was input late or wrong, or it wasn't contemporaneous, so it was incorrect? What if we were to relieve the burden of inputting that data from staff and letting staff focus back on the patient and really operate at the top of their license, which means also that companies that are analyzing that data will have a better outcome in analyzing that data. Trash data going in means trash data coming out. In Theator, they do something interesting where they actually look at the operative area and then predict clinical outcomes based on how tissue was handled, et cetera. So they're looking very much at the clinical stuff that's happened during the operation, whilst we're looking at the process around it. And there's lots and lots of other very interesting things. I didn't even touch on a really interesting feature that we were playing with, which was retained foreign body detection, where we can see was something left in the patient, and then using other sensing modalities to find the things that were left in the patient, whether it's a needle or a swab or a sponge, so on and so forth. So that's a whistle-stop tour. I was asked to keep short. I hope that wasn't too long, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, David. So hopefully you can see how AI tools could be integrated across pathways, hopefully reduce carbon footprint, as well in making things more efficient. So if we go back to the slides, please.
I can't hear you, but yeah, I can see the questions as you type, so there's no problem. If we don't have to do questions, the email is there. That's Thomas's email. He's the CEO. Feel free to send any emails across to him, and mine I will ask to James to share with you at the end if there's any questions that you have.
Thank you, David. Much appreciated. Wonderful. So if we could go to Vicky now. So Vicky is the UHB Sustainability Lead. So what I wanted to ask you, Vicky, is when it comes to purchasing decisions and working out which AI technologies might be used across the pathway, what is the trust position, and what do you think is the Cancer Genomic Sciences Alliance? Come up if you...
Is that all right if I can't? I haven't got slides, but I think useful just to take this down. And I am going to answer that question, but I'm going to answer it in a slightly different way than perhaps at absolutely trust level. I suppose one of the things that it's really important to say from the provider side is that it's AI and the potential and the possibility is exceptionally exciting, and there is an awful lot of noise about it, but making sense of that noise and how we step forward is often quite complex on the provider side. And I'm going to speak a little bit about how we're looking to do that, admittedly across the country, but in genomic medicine, because we got to a position where it was very clear that we had various challenges that AI could support us with. We have a paucity of staff across all areas of genomic medicine, particularly scientific staff, if I'm completely honest. We have a growing ambition in terms of the significant ramp up in genetic testing that we aim to undertake, which speaks to one of the three shifts when we're looking at getting much more into prevention rather than treatment when we talk about the 10-year health plan. And clearly, in terms of this space, we're absolutely there in terms of the analog to digital shift as well. So what we've done in genomic medicine is set up a network, really, a network of excellence as they are articulated in genomics, to really start to concentrate and understand a little bit more in a central way about what the potential is for AI. And we've done that in sort of chunking it up into 4 ways. We have looked at mapping what is out there at present and done that along the patient pathway. I think that was part of your question, James, so there you go. I can say on that front, to do it across the patient pathway. So whether it is that first interaction with that somebody has with the health service and how they access the health service and how they get a GP appointment and how the notes are taken on that appointment as well, and really thinking about all the tools there, all the way through to the sort of diagnostic piece and then on to treatment as well. So there is a very smart website, and we will provide details afterwards, that provides a link to this, and you can see the whole patient pathway, what AI is currently deployed in the NHS, what information we've got on it, and what's coming through as well. Not perfect, doesn't cover everything, but does some of that work that when you're thinking as a provider about where you might go, what you might look at, what might be sort of have some evidence to it, and who you might talk to, frankly, about how it's worked in their trust, how they've rolled it out, how the data and digital teams interface with it, what the clinical view of it is. You've got somebody you can talk to. You've got it's real and it's out there. The other point, another significant part is a network of folk coming together who have an interest in this area, so a special interest group, and a series of webinars bringing together on particular issues in this space, so whether it's large language models in particular specialties or whether it's sort of broader ethical issues. We've worked very closely with the Alan Turing Institute on that, and again, it's starting to bring together those that have expertise and knowledge in a given area and thinking about how we work together to really get the most out of AI. There are a series of 4 pilots that are part of that network of excellence. Some of them are focused on case finding, so searching health records in order that we can get rid of the diagnostic odyssey. If you've ever sort of come across genomic and genetic medicine and the conversations we tend to have about rare disease, is that often, and it's often children and young children, will spend the first 10, 12 years of their lives ricocheting around different parts of the NHS with no diagnosis, but frankly, at a great personal cost, obviously, but at a great cost to the NHS and environmentally as well. And if we can get to the position where we're picking those people up earlier, even though treatments are rare in rare disease as well, we can perhaps offer better care and definitely give that sort of comfort of a diagnosis as well. And then quite a lot of AI in this space is in that data analysis, reporting kind of space, where we start to be able to complement particularly our scientific workforce and support them to really use the top of their skill set and let technology do some of the heavy lifting that frankly isn't what they train for or what they go into work for every day.
I think it's important to say that across those pilots, we have some that are led by colleagues in academia, some in industry and some in the NHS, and as is true in so many areas, if we're really going to crack this, it is about various sectors coming together, working together and understanding how we get the best out of what is out there. And I think finally, and arguably the most important part of this network of excellence is the fourth pillar, is our patient and public interest group. We've spoken about concerns about data and the public's view of that, and perhaps questions about some of the entities that are involved. Genomic data, arguably, there isn't a sort of hypersensitive category of data in data handling, but genomic data has an almost different quality about it in terms of data we capture on individuals, because it's not just relevant to them, it is relevant to their family members as well, and there's a lot of considerations there. And having that standing group who are with us every step of the way has been exceptionally important about understanding not only what can work in the NHS, but what is acceptable in terms of our patient and public cohorts, and having the voice of those that are concerned, but also those that have either lived with that diagnostic odyssey and been the parents of children in that diagnostic odyssey, or perhaps have family members or have a condition where there is no treatment at the moment, and we know through greater data sharing there would be greater potential at looking at treatments as well. So there's sort of both sides of that coin. That's a little bit of an example, and perhaps food for thought as to a way to marshal what's out there and think about how you step through it. In terms of how you make these decisions at provider level and how you work with different folks, what you have is you have brilliant procurement teams, is what's particularly important. And my colleague Simon Clark is here, who is Director of Procurement across Birmingham and Solihull. And I would say it's incredibly important to have early conversations with procurement teams. We've spoken about the frameworks that are out there that drive the procurement making decisions in the NHS and understanding the trade-offs that we're making between value for money, efficacy, and also then looking at the impact we're having both socially and environmentally in those decisions. I think it's really important to flag that at the moment AI is kind of outpacing the governance to some extent that exists in the public sector and definitely in the health sector. So we have to think about how we regulate in this area and how we keep up to speed, and we've spoken about that already today. I think it's really important to flag that we have significant obligations in this space and making sure that we get it right for patients and getting it right for the public as well in terms of the carbon impact that we have. And I think one of the points I've taken away from today sort of overall is that it's often difficult to establish what we're comparing new technologies and their carbon impact against. And I know, Joe, you spoke about that. It's really difficult to measure all of that, and it's definitely an area we can get better at, and the better we are at it, the more that will support decision making within providers and feeling confident to do so. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much again to all our speakers, actually. It's my great pleasure now to be chairing an albeit slightly shorter than planned group discussion, panel discussion about some of these topics. I'm going to be shortly asking my co-speakers to reflect on the conversations we've had so far, but just while they're gathering their thoughts, I'm going to take chair's prerogative and seize the initiative to talk briefly about regulation. Apologies in advance, it is a boring topic. But just to flag that, in speaking to Vicky's comments, I think also to Tom's, the MHRA, the UK's medical device and drug regulator, currently has an AI commission which is developing a framework for a future regulation of artificial intelligence in healthcare. And as part of that AI commission, which will report next summer, there is currently, shortly, going to be opening a call for evidence. So that opens tomorrow. It's open for anyone to contribute, for perspectives and opinions on the way we currently govern artificial intelligence in healthcare and what that could look like in the future. So if either yourself as an individual or the organisation you work for would like to contribute to that call for evidence, you can find more information on the MHRA website going live tomorrow. So hopefully I've filibustered enough to allow some time for my co-panellists to structure some thoughts. Just keen to hear any kind of opening reflections really on the conversation we've had so far. Maybe if I go to Tom first.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I think a couple of things that struck me there. One, really nice to see an example of how technology and AI could be used to, where healthcare is delivered, streamline processes, automate processes where that's possible, improve scheduling, reduce the waste
of resources, really aligning with those principles of low carbon care. So that's really exciting. I'd love to see the evaluation of that and see what kind of difference that's making. So yeah, really, really great to see that example. And then I think kind of reflecting on Vicky's talk, to me that really highlighted the importance of building kind of knowledge, I guess, around what AI can do, what the risks and the challenges are, but also the power of collaboration. To get this right, we're really going to need to work collaboratively with people from different agencies, different disciplines and backgrounds, and as part of that, really engaging the public to understand what they think, what their preferences are, and what their concerns are, because we know that, with other kind of data and technology related initiatives that we've seen in this country, when we haven't got the public on board, we're really going to curtail the progress that we can make. So yeah, a couple of reflections there from me.
Thanks, Tom. Vicky?
Yeah, I think when I was doing a bit of homework before joining today, and it is in the 10-year plan, AI gets more, if you do a control F on AI, you get more than 100 mentions, and there is something about, and I'm a recovering regulator, so I can talk about regulation all day, that's fine. And I won't, because we really are at the end of the day now, aren't we? But I think there is, one of the things I've learned about coming in to the provider side of the NHS about a decade ago, and having worked in sort of regulation centrally, is there's a significant disconnect, and by goodness, I was guilty of it, between what you can sit in an office in London most of the time and pull your evidence together and think about what should be done and what it looks like on the ground. And I think where it works at its very best, and I think we've heard examples of this across the piece today, is where we're able to work together as a health service across all different sort of aspects of the health service, because frankly, the public don't see the difference, don't think there should be a significant difference. It is a pathway that they need to follow, and if we can work in that joined up way and we can learn from each other, there is significant opportunity. I think where we get most challenged, and perhaps where the public tell us an awful lot that we are the most challenging as an organisation, is when things don't link up. And there is an opportunity here with this technology and using AI for greater integration and more joined up care and sort of single front door stuff. So I think there's a real opportunity there. But as we've said on various occasions, taking people with us on it. And I've found increasingly that we all come to these things sort of looking through a particular lens, and the ability to, and by goodness, people are incredibly open and capable of sort of working in this way, but presenting it in a mature and data and evidence-based fashion and driving those discussions, it gets an incredibly rich response, and we create better products, deploy better tools because of it, I think.
Thanks both. So 2 clear steers towards needing to engage stakeholders, both clinical and patients and the public. James, any thoughts from your end?
Yeah, I think my main takeaway was that we can't keep up with the rate of innovation in the AI world. It's going to be really challenging. So traditional research models, and that's kind of my home research and evaluation, are probably not going to work. So we have to think on our feet, develop platforms which can look at the same technology, but more than one of its type, and get rapid answers for our patients. That's the only way that we're going to move things forwards. I think the word trade-offs was used like 100 times in this session and throughout the day as well. I think that's really striking. And when we first came to this area, we found it quite challenging that we've always done research for patient benefit. And for the first time in this area, we're doing research for patient and public benefit. And those two can sometimes contradict one another, or at least not be perfectly complementary. So I think it's a really interesting space, but not ever a very, very easy one.
Thanks, guys. So we're coming close to time. Oh, I've got one more question I'm going to contribute, if that's all right. And I think we might not have time to go to the audience, I'm afraid. But what I might suggest is that if everyone's happy to hang around, maybe afterwards we can, any of the panelists will be happy to chat. So one quick closing comment, I guess, or closing question for all of you in the last couple of minutes. Notwithstanding the positive transformational potential of AI and digital, obviously if we get this wrong, we could make things worse. And bringing us back, I guess, to the topic of the conversation here around climate effects, we could actually only have marginal, maybe negative climate effects if we get this wrong. If you had a magic wand and one priority for the NHS in 2026, what would you say is necessary for us as a healthcare collective to realise the true potential of AI in the coming year? And maybe I'm going to chuck it to you first, James, and we'll come backwards.
I think it's trying to, well, to some extent it's working out what the lowest hanging thresholds, the lowest hanging fruit are. So where are the earliest gains, and how can we do so in a responsible way would be my first step.
Greater guidance and support from the Centre on Information Governance. There you go, it's quite a dull response, but it is, and it's exceptionally important, but in terms of getting things working, it is a significant barrier.
For me, I would say more capacity for evaluation. I mean, there's a lot of AI being piloted at the moment. We still don't really have a handle on what kind of impact it's having, not just on the environmental impacts, but just generally. We need to understand that so that we can improve as we go.
Thank you all. Those are some very concise and very timely answers. Look, I do apologise to those in the audience that had questions. Apologies, we're not going to get time to come around to them. I just wanted to, thank my fellow panellists and fellow speakers for their contributions today. Quick round of applause for everyone. And I'll hand back to James to close us off and take us to the next bit.
Yeah, so we've got our abstract presentation, please, from Tom Dawson. Fantastic. So if we could go to the final slide set, please, for the abstract presenter, and we'll invite the rest of the panel to leave the stage. That'd be wonderful.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, thanks. Thank you all. Well, I'm going to be talking about packaging today. So sterile packaging. For which we particularly work that we did to validate sterile packaging for surgical gowns. This is equally applicable to drapes, but also instruments and even single-use items. This has been a collaborative work, and it's been done with Revolution Zero, which is a company I founded, also the University of Exeter, Circular Economics, the University College London, who performed life cycle assessments, the University of Southampton, who performed the microbiological validation, and NHS Cornwall Royal Hospitals Trust. So really a full validation, a full collaborative work here. So if we have a look at single-use textiles overall, which is part of this subset, everyone in the room will probably realise that if healthcare was a country, it would be the 5th largest in the world. However, if textiles or medical textiles were a country, they would be related to one of the Nordic countries, such as Sweden or Finland. Across the NHS, and very relevant to what we've talked about today, the operating rooms generate 1 million kilograms of waste every single week, of textile waste. Now, that waste is around roughly 12% of the whole entire hospital system output, and that's in weight, but much higher in volume. Also, there are significant other issues which were uncovered during the pandemic, such as supply chain resilience and also quality control. So reusables are really a very compelling option. However, there are ongoing issues with reusables. One of those which is also being addressed is the loss of assets within NHS estates, and the Textile Services Association suggests this is 81% of all assets. That has a massive fiscal and also carbon cost across the NHS. In addition, there is the environmental and the fiscal cost of heating water up to 65 to 71 Celsius, and also it's been questioned whether this is truly effective, whether it actually breaks down proteins, creating the substrate for biofilms to develop on these textiles. And finally, in the topic of this talk is actually, if we have a look at reusable surgical gowns and drapes, they have significant environmental benefits. However, they still generally come in a single-use packaging system. So what we did is we developed a reusable packaging system. You can see the disclaimer here, the conflict of interest. I'm obviously the founder and also the primary inventor of the reusable packaging system. So declare that right now as well. So the main questions we ask about reusable packaging is, what is the environmental impact? How effective is it? Is it cost effective? And what might the additional value add be? I'm going to be talking about the work that we've done on 2 of these that was independently done by UCL and also Southampton. So the first of these, we took the the packaging and completed a life cycle assessment. It was ISO 18080 compliant, which probably means nothing to anyone in this room, but it was to the international standards. We weighed every component of the single-use packaging and also the reusable packaging, put them through standard process control, and came out with around 60% improvement in the environmental impact in both water use and also in carbon impact. So across 100,000 gallons annually, that would prevent 4,000 kilograms of CO2, over 13 million kilograms of water resource, and significant waste management reductions. Secondly, we had a look at the shelf life. So one of the things we often get asked is, what's the efficacy? Reusable packaging has been used across the NHS for many years, and our colleagues Alice in this room are using this for tool sets and supplying the NHS trusts with these things. However, it hasn't really been fully validated, and it can't be validated to the standards because the standards are set up for single use. So we developed a system where we actually got the packaging is two-layer, but in the very outer layer of the packaging we put in 9 sentinel swabs. So these are absorbent swabs which can grow bacteria, fungi, and we've demonstrated this because we've used them in other studies for this. We put them on the outside, we wrap them up, put them through the sterilizer and put them on uncontrolled shelf conditions for 1, 2, 3 and 6 months. When it came time to test them, we took them down to the Royal Mail Post Office and posted them from Cornwall all the way to Southampton, so a nice transit challenge there as well. It was then taken to the storeroom, taken to the laboratory. Each one of these swabs was taken out and ground to a pulp, put into a medium and then plated out into 4 different types of agar plates. So this was 10 at month 1, 10 at month 2, 5 at month 3 and 5 at month 6, times 9, times 4, so 1,080 studies in total. What we found is that sterility was maintained apart from 1 item in month 1, which was consistent with laboratory contamination, and in 1 pack all items in month 6, again consistent with laboratory contamination. The growth exactly matched the standard, and this has been so I can give you some delightfully flawed research, but this actually has been a problem with testing like this. As soon as you unwrap a sterile package, it's exposed to the outside elements. So you can expect some contamination. The good thing is it didn't come from anything you would normally expect in the overall environment. So overall, some of the key messages are packaging, as we've known for many years, but hasn't been validated, is safe. What we have shown is it's safe and it keeps things sterile for up to 6 months, if not longer. There's certainly some more research needed on this area. The device standards, again, are swayed towards single use, and we see this again and again across surgical and medical areas. Weight for the life cycle assessment would be the other thing I'd have to say. These weigh, the reusable packaging weighs about 4 times as much as a single use. I was not convinced it was going to clear. I was very relieved when it showed a 60% decrease. That was important. But you need to wait for the life cycle assessment. If any of you have seen the life cycle assessment of these forever cotton bags opposed to single-use plastic bags, you'll know that single-use plastic bags are more effective and more sustainable in the longer run. Also, the full potential of reusable sterile packaging is far from being realised. It can be used for asset tracking, for logistics, for actually tracing, for recalls across hospitals, so again, saving further carbon. And finally, there's great opportunity for further development and collaboration, so please get in contact. And thank you for the time today. It's the end of the year. We had some very, very sober messages from Hugh earlier today, but we've got a wonderful community doing wonderful things, so it's great to be here. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Tom, and that closes our AI Meets Sustainability session. Thank you very much for our glorious panel, and I'll hand over to Anil to close.
Well done, James. Thank you. Okay, end of the day, we'll wrap up quickly. So Cortland is going to do the prize presentations.
Yep. So thank you everyone who submitted an abstract. We had 56 posters, 74 votes. So we have the top 3 scorers. So we have number 1, we have Tilly. Do you want to, when I read your name, come up and we'll give you a...
And I think this is part of the prize. I don't think...
But it's not yet.
Okay, not yet, but not yet.
So number 1 is Tilly Williamson from the University Hospitals Bristol and Weston for Rob Jones Scrum. Very good, thank you. Well done. Number 2, we've got Chloe Chan from the North Cumbria Integrated Trust, How Clean is Clean on Reusable Hats. And we have a joint 3rd place. So we've got Kapil Agrawal from Royal Wolverhampton Trust for Green Ward Round, and Karis Jury from North Bristol Trust on Down with the Gown. Do you want to both come up? Perhaps the other one. Karis.
You'll give it to me, I'll give it to her, and you keep going.
No. Okay, and then we have the winner of the raffle, the reindeer raffle. I promise this has been picked out of the box. Is Dr. Shashank Jadra, who comes and gets the plant.
Are you here?
And I'll just say about the...
Can you say about the...
Okay. So after this, we're all going to head over to the Edgbaston Park Hotel, where there's a bar for drinks. So you're all very welcome to join us. It's about a 10-minute walk, so please come.
Well done, Courtney. Final closing, just a few closing notes. So I'm just going to give you your actions to take away. So number 1 are the Dragon and Noble sites. Please, if you can take part in those, this is the critical moment when a trial gets finished. It's not right at the end, believe it or not. It's right now in this central section. Number 2, we've heard about the individual lifestyle and clinical practice changes we can all make as individuals straight away. Number 3, we clearly have to prepare for the future. Like it or not, robotics and AI are going to be part of our surgical and otherwise healthcare futures. And number 4, some dates for the future. So we're planning an Impact Surgery online conference on June the 18th, 2026. And then we're planning the 4th iteration of this conference, a bit more warning, which is going to end up being not quite so close to Christmas. So we're going to do it on around March the 23rd, 2027. So those are some dates for next year we'll circulate. And I'll finish. I'd just like to thank all of you for investing your time and coming to this today. We really appreciate it. It is a key dissemination forum. And this does get fed back to the NRHR and the Department of Health and Social Care, which is great. And I'd like to thank the team who was organising this as well. And Courtney led it this year. So thank you all very much. And we're done. Thank you.